recorded live.
Welcome to the Lowdown, podcast number 62, with your hosts, Claude and Justin.
What's up, guys?
Today we're talking about episode 513, Some Like It Hoth.
That's right.
Do you like it Hoth, Obi-Wan Kenobi?
No, I don't.
You don't?
No.
Why not?
I don't know. It's too hot.
Too hot?
Yeah.
Which I might translate into too cold, and I don't like the cold either.
Good point.
Thanks, Obi-Wan. Can you put Justin back on the phone?
Yeah, hold on. Hey, sorry about that. I don't know what happened.
Obi-Wan, can you put Justin back on the phone?
Damn it. Okay, this is me.
Justin? Yes. Is this really you?
Yeah.
Okay, then what lies in the shadow
no,
of Jakku?
I knew you were going to ask that.
You can't pull me, Obi-Wan. If I had a rifle, I'd hit you with it right now.
I don't know the code. I'm sorry.
All right, well, I'll take your word for it, I guess.
But apparently you're just supposed to know, so you don't have to have been told.
It's something you know when you're ready.
Yeah, as soon as you're ready, you'll just know what lies in the shadow of the statue.
All right, so Some Like It Hoth. We guessed it was going to be a Star Wars reference.
Yeah. And by me, I mean you, because I didn't even remember it. That was from Star Wars. But I'll throw in with we. We'll say we.
Yeah, we all get credit, right?
Yeah, sure.
And so, we were right about that. Luckily, it wasn't something they said, actually, in the episode.
Yeah, they didn't actually say it. I'm really glad they Some Like It Hoth.
Some Like It Hoth.
Ugh.
Yeah, that would have been really bad.
Yeah.
I wish the title, I don't mind that it's a Star Wars tie-in. I just wish the sort of Some Like It part was a tie-in, too.
Oh.
And, it doesn't make any other, connection.
It's just a pun
thing. It's just a pun for no,
Yeah. Just a clever
it could have been,
pun. Too clever by half, really.
Too clever by half?
Yeah.
Well, that's generous.
Indeed.
Anyway, overall, I really like this episode, though. I think, this was the first Miles one, right? The first Miles-centric episode.
That's right.
I guess he's an official main character now, if there was any doubt.
Apparently.
Before. When he and his merry men of mercenaries landed on the island, we weren't really sure how long any of them were going to sort of be around, but he's been around for a while now. And he's got an episode.
I was just thinking that they've had him hanging around for a long time and not really doing anything, and when are they going to give him something? Like, I was thinking maybe it would be next season before he really got anything to do. Then he gets his thing, and I read on Lostpedia that there was that episode last season where all four of them had flashbacks. They shared one.
Yeah.
That was all we had. So this is the first one for any of them from the boat.
Is it?
Yeah.
We didn't see Charlotte didn't get one?
Charlotte? No.
No, she didn't get one.
No.
I thought we saw some flashbacks of her though. Was that in that episode?
We saw in the one they shared where she went to get the polar bear collar, but that was it.
Why am I picturing her younger doing stuff? Maybe I'm making that up.
Unless you're talking about the little girl Charlotte that we saw a little while ago, but that wasn't a flashback.
Those are the only two. Those are the only two things, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, Miles definitely is, we were wondering, and Charlotte sort of included in this too, what they were going to do with their respective skills on the island. Charlotte kind of didn't really do anything.
Right.
But, by the time she died, hey, maybe they're not through with her yet. I don't know.
Yeah.
I think we talked a lot about, I'm sure at some point, Miles and what he was doing on the island, and presumably it was to use his power. And I think we really only came to the idea that it would have something to do with Jacob, right?
Yeah.
I remember mentioning that.
Yeah. That seems right.
And this whole thing about coming back. Well, it's interesting why Miles came back. I mean, it seems like he was sort of just paid to come back. But, one of the things I guess we can talk about is, did he know his dad was going to sort of be on the island? Did he know any connection to that at all?
Right.
But anyway, overall, I thought it was a pretty good episode. I think I'll give it a... I'll give it an A.
Wow.
Yeah.
It's a good grade.
It gets some extra points because, I've always sort of liked Miles' character. The scenes work pretty well, I think. It's got some good stuff going on in it. And I think like I said, it gets a couple extra points for being a Miles episode, and we haven't had that before. And it was a pretty good one, so.
Novelty value. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I agree. I enjoyed a lot of it. I liked it a lot more than I thought I would. I was nervous about this one.
Because of the title?
Yeah, because of the title. Exactly. When they go weird title, you get mixed results. I guess Jughead was good, but Eggtown, I think we'd all rather forget that one. So, anyway, this was on the Jughead side, I guess. I really did like this. Really, it brought up a lot more things than I thought it would. Just a surprising number of developments in this episode. And I would say, I liked the flashback. I pretty much liked everything in the episode, but the main storyline, which is,
with Hurley and Miles.
Yeah, and sort of the arc with Miles, like coming to terms with the fact that his dad is on the island, and thinking about developing some kind of relationship with him. That's the only part of the episode that seemed a little weak to me.
Yeah.
I don't know. I never quite bought it, and it just, at the end when he's looking at himself getting red, and then Chang comes out and he goes, "Miles, I need you," and he goes, "Really?"
He goes, "You do?" I think that I laughed out loud when I heard that, and it was just a little too much.
And they're trying to play that straight, and it's just I don't know. That's really cheesy. I don't know. That part didn't quite hit as well. It was a little weird to see Miles playing genuine emotion since he's such a sarcastic character, and really. I don't think we've ever really seen him. Maybe he gets angry sometimes. We don't really see him have genuine emotion. Most of the time, he's just.
Most of the time, he's a robot.
Yeah.
He's basically a sarcastic robot. He's Bender from Futurama.
Yeah. Thank you. Wouldn't have said that, but yeah.
He's just missing the alcohol.
That's clearly
alcohol and antenna.
Exactly. So it was just kind of weird. It felt a little jarring to have him crying and, just in general, actually dealing with something on an emotional level. But besides that, I would say I liked everything else in the episode, including the rest of his flashback was great, and the stuff that happened on the island. We got Phil finally, doing what I thought he would do eventually.
Sticking his nose where it doesn't belong.
Yeah, exactly. And being one of the first to kind of figure out that there's something up with these people. So anyway, and stuff about the swan, and Dan showing up at the end for a pretty good ending. I I would give this a B+.
B+? Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah. As soon as Miles said, my dad never cared about me. He left when I was a kid. That scene with Hurley, and he just too through with him. He work was more important than me or whatever. I'm like, wow, we're still gonna get a scene with him looking at his dad with baby Miles, and then the next scene is him looking at his dad with baby Miles. So I didn't really, I wasn't really thrown off by that. I figured they would be stupid not to have a scene like that at this point. Because what better way to prove that the dad really cared than to show Miles, have him see it directly.
Yeah.
And plus I noticed they were going on a weird path with Miles and Chang's relationship when. I sort of thought it was weird when Hurley was, trying to set them up on a date, basically, and I'm like, oh, okay, they want something to happen here, I mean, Chang is a big, he's one of the head honchos.
Yeah.
He really, I don't think would ordinarily be, gallivanting around with, with these guys and just sort of casually talking to them too. So that was kind of weird, but
yeah.
So, but yeah, I like his flashbacks a lot. We don't know what happened to his mom, I guess. We'll talk about that. She just seems to be dying for no apparent reason.
Yeah, it looked like she got something and she was dying, and I guess I assumed since, I think he was supposed to be younger when he went to see her, and so I assumed that she had died since then. Not that they really told us that, but
yeah.
You mean why she was sick, or whether she died or not, or both, or which? What do you mean? What happened to her?
Yeah. I meant why she was sick, but
okay.
but she seems. Yeah, I don't know if she made it through this.
Yeah, I mean it seemed pretty bad. She was bedridden, and so presumably that was a while ago. But yeah, I don't know. It was weird because I don't think they really showed the mom on the island. I thought that was kind of strange.
Yeah.
Would have been weird though.
Yeah, I think one parent on the island is probably enough.
Yeah.
To have to deal with.
Yeah.
One dead parent.
Because it's not really normal that they have flashbacks and then that character's there too, who's in the flashback.
Yeah.
That's just, I don't know.
It's asking a lot of the makeup department.
It's especially weird. It's especially weird to have that character even before the flashback in the present. That's really abnormal.
Yeah, I think they nixed that one. Pretty quickly.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, that's one of the few. It's starting to seem like there was this exodus of parents and kids from the island at some point, where they at some point they were just like, okay, get out of here with the kids, and they just went off and
never. All right, enough with the kids. Get out of here.
Yeah, look here, you. We've had enough of you and your kidness.
Yeah, I mean, it could be, the island got too dangerous and they wanted the kids to leave, the dads or one of the parents, was like, I'm going to stay for the work, and then the moms were like, okay, well, we're leaving, or,
and then they didn't tell their kids about the island, and so they grew up, but it was their destiny to come back, so they all ended up back on the island. I don't know, it's just weird.
Because they weren't supposed to leave.
That's right. Should have known that.
Of course.
But everything happened because they left.
Well, yeah, exactly. Yeah. If you guys didn't leave, then... should we start with the recap?
Oh, yeah, all right. I guess we're already kind of talking about it.
Nice little intro.
Yeah.
All right, so the first scene where we start flashback at precisely 3:16 p.m.
Oh, look at that.
We open on a woman talking to a landlord about a potential apartment. It's a steal at $400. Her young son enters asking for a quarter for the vending machine. The landlord is hesitant to rent to her, as most neighbors like it quiet, but he reluctantly agrees to rent to her for 2 months up front. The woman gives her son a quarter, and he goes off. We find out the boy is Miles, and the woman is his mom, Laura. We cut to the next scene with Miles going towards the vending machine. Little Miles is drawn towards the room. He gets a flash of something in room number 4. He goes towards the room. He looks under a rock for a key and cautiously enters. Back in the apartment, Laura hears Miles call for her and comes running. Laura and the landlord enter apartment 4 to find Miles next to Mr. Vonner, who is a goner. You like that one?
Thing.
I came up with that beforehand. Could you tell? Laura asks Miles what he's doing in the room.
Yes, that definitely had the signature of preparation on it.
It's stunk of preparation and effort. Miles says Mr. Vonner was all alone. His chest hurt. He kept calling out for a woman named Kimberly. The landlord chimes in and says that Kimberly was Mr. Vonner's wife who died last year and questions how Miles would know that. Miles says he heard Mr. Vonner say it and that he's still talking right now. Miles insists that he can hear him talking.
Mm-hmm.
So that's our opener right there.
Nice. Well, Miles.
So, nothing much to talk about here. You know, a little boy talking to dead people, you know, yada, yada. We've seen it before.
Right. Spoiler alert. Yeah.
Nothing strange about that, right?
Right. Yeah, no, that's very, 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 very run-of-the-mill now.
Mm-hmm.
What else you got, kid?
Yeah, exactly. What else do you talk to? Got anything with plants? We need to ask the rainforest how it's doing. We want to get first-hand account.
Yeah, that'll be the sequel.
Let's hope not.
The Seventh Sense.
The one no one wants to talk about.
Oh God. Yeah. So this is sort of like, it sort of reminds me of some of those scenes you see sometimes, maybe in an X-Men movie or something like that, where you know, a kid has some kind of power and it manifests itself in some kind of disturbing way. And
yeah.
You know, I noticed, like, you know, once he started talking about this at the end, and his mom like backs away from him, and you know, it's just kind of, you know, the fact that they have this is a problem.
Yeah, their relationship won't be the same after this, you know.
Yeah, exactly. And so yeah, it was. I immediately thought that's what this was before they said the name. Before they
as soon as
did
I saw
that.
the kid and the lady, I'm like, that's got to be mine. I couldn't remember specifically if that's what his mom looked like, but
yeah,
she looked close enough to like I remember, and I'm like, that's got to be his mom. You know.
Yeah.
That's it.
Yeah, I was like, as soon as they said, "Oh, here we go again."
Yeah, it was about as hard to guess as, you know, little Ethan with Ben, you know,
right.
last time. So.
Right. Yeah. Exactly. They're into that. It's all about who is that as a kid.
Yeah, it's just exactly. Who is that as a baby? Who is that as a kid? You know, and when they're adults, it's like, what baby were they and what kid were they?
Right. Whose baby and why?
Yeah, or it's like what baby are they having? Or what baby did they steal? Or what baby are they raising that they shouldn't be? You know, what baby don't they know about? It's all, you know, it's all relating to that stuff.
It is, yeah. It's a whole lot about babies and knowing about babies. And
knowing about babies. I think if you went on the show just knowing about babies, you'd be fine. All you gotta do is know about babies.
Yeah. That's why would you need more than that? That'll carry you right through.
So let's see what to talk about in this.
It does tell us that, you know, presumably he's had this for a pretty long time, and I think they're trying to say that somehow this is because of the island.
You know, well, that was definitely, it's something we're going to talk about is, does he have this power because of something to do with the island? did he get this power because of some exposure to something on the island, something to do with his dad's work, or or is it the island gave him this power because it wants to bring him back? Things like that.
Right.
Questions.
Questions.
Without
questions. Okay. Yeah. I don't know, of course.
Yeah.
We'll see.
We'll see. Yeah. What else? So, one of the things in this episode, I want to get your take on this. The way Miles presents his power in this scene is he says he can hear the man talking, and he sort of talks to the man, as if the man is talking to him.
Yeah.
Mr. Vonner, and he, he tells his mom, I can hear him. But then later he sort of says that he doesn't really talk to them. He only gets this sense about who they were and what they were thinking and stuff like that. So I don't know, do you think the show's just playing it, trying to have it both ways? Or what's the discrepancy here? Because it seems like he's actually talking and he can hear him talking, not just he's getting a sense about him.
I guess I assume that he was, that him as a kid was interpreting it that way.
Oh, as in talking?
Yeah, and that it was, but it wasn't really him talking. It was he was just sensing his thoughts, and he interpreted that as talking.
I see. Okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, and since he's a kid,
he's stupid.
Okay, well,
I just thought that's what you were going to say.
That is what I meant, but I wouldn't have put it that way.
All right, well, let the record show you did.
I mean, it's not that kids are stupid. It's just that, they know less. They
know less because they're stupid
about the world. And so, yeah, I could see him. Anyway, it's a good point. It's a good point. Since they lead off with this, I can I can hear him. He's talking, and then have him later say that I don't.
And the other thing too with the bullet, the guy with the guy he finds in the back seat, that when he goes to pick up the body from Hoth from Brzezinski, he sort of seems like he's talking to that guy. He says, "Okay, now what really happened?" Yeah. And I mean, if he's really just getting a sense, then he's really just saying that for the audience's sake.
Absolutely.
But and so that's the thing where it's like, are you talking to these guys or not?
Yeah.
Which one is it, buddy?
Yeah. I would try to play off what really happened as he was talking to himself.
Mhm.
Like now I'm gonna listen to his, now I'm gonna sense his thoughts and find out what really happened.
Why did you just say that? Now I'm gonna sense your thoughts and find out what really happened, dead body. That sounds like a good line of dialogue to me. I don't know.
Yeah, you're right. I don't know why. I guess they're just inept, They don't think of those great lines like that.
So you're saying the writers of the show are kids?
Yeah, apparently. Not that stupid people are kids. It's just I mean, maybe they're kids, but I'm not saying that.
Yeah, I think you've said enough already, sir.
Okay. Fair enough.
So, next scene, or you got some other crap?
No, I think that's it for this scene.
All right, so next scene, we flash forward to 1977 on the island. Sawyer radios in to Miles. He needs him to erase some video footage on camera 4. He tells Miles to say that he's off the grid and looking for Saeed. Sawyer, we cut back to Sawyer and Kate. Sawyer tells Kate to head back and find Juliet to see if anyone noticed that Ben is missing. Sawyer says he's going to, do his best to try to cover it up. I guess the next part, back in the security area, Miles ejects the tape for camera 4 just as Horace enters. Miles tells Horace that LaFleur is looking for the escaped prisoner and is out of walkie range. Horace then asks Miles if he can trust him to bring him into the circle of trust. Horace gives him a MacGuffin and wants him to take it to Rosinski. Wants him to take it to Rosinski and grid
Body bag
334. Yeah, we find out what it is. Let's see. Wants him to take it to grid 334 and tells him Rosinski will give him something in return. Miles says that grid is hostile territory and they aren't supposed to be there. Miles then leaves without getting the tape from Cam 4.
Oh, no.
I know. That's what we call foreshadowing.
I'm sure that won't matter later.
Hey, let's get a close-up of this tape left in here, just so people can know they can forget about this, because it won't matter.
There's just no way that could be a problem.
Yeah. That reminds me of, that saying, what is it? It's basically like a gun shown in the first act goes off in the third.
Yeah.
That whole thing.
Mhm.
This is pretty much what that is, actually.
Absolutely.
I think that's called the Chekhov something. Chekhov, I think, is the guy who came up with that.
Yeah, you're right.
The Chekhov maneuver. I don't know. Sounds cool that way.
The Chekhov sphere.
Yeah.
Why sphere? I don't know.
So this thing was pretty much picking up from where we left off with that whole taking Ben to the other storyline. Kate and Sawyer are coming back from doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't really think about all these problems that would cause. At the time, it was just like, oh, good, they'll take him to the others, and then it'll be fine. The end.
No.
It didn't really occur to me that there'd be camera footage, and it would just, his dad would freak out when he wasn't there. And
I think by now you should assume that anything that happens will cause some drama and conflict. Anything that happens. That's a safe assumption.
Yeah. I guess I just thought the drama and conflict was other stuff. I didn't think it would be this. I didn't think it would actually be kind of the catalyst that, seems like it's making things spin out of control.
Oh, the thing that's going to bring this all down?
Yeah.
Yeah. No, as soon as they were like, let's kidnap him and take him to the others, I'm like, okay, that seems like... because that's the whole thing. When Roger gets back, what are you going to say?
Yeah.
When people want to inquire about
it seemed like they weren't ready for that. Like,
Well, that's the thing. They really didn't have a plan to sort of cover that up. They didn't know what. I guess they didn't know what it was going to entail. Juliet didn't tell Kate. But they didn't even put pillows and blankets under the cover and pretend like Ben's in the bed or something. Like, oh no, Roger, don't go visit him. He's over there sleeping. That at least buy them some time. But no, they didn't come up with much.
No. No, they just, what? Ah! He's just gone. I had no idea. We were just hanging out in here and didn't realize he wasn't there.
Yeah, we were just, we'll talk about that scene.
All right. Is that not the scene we're talking about here?
No, we're not on
what
that
are we
yet.
on? Miles and Horace?
Miles and Horace,
and
yeah.
the Circle of Trust.
The Circle of Trust. This is where it gets interesting for Dharma, right?
Yeah.
This is what we wanted to see, the insider secrets.
Exactly, yeah. Finally they're doing stuff that seems like it's connected with the Dharma we knew.
Yeah.
I guess the point here is that he just gets interrupted by Horace and he can't he can't Horace doesn't give him a way to go erase that tape, and so he has to leave immediately to do this thing, and so I guess he's thinking he can do it later, but it ends up being too late.
Totally, that's exactly what happened. Yeah, I guess he's thinking he could do it later. I kind of think he just sort of forgets about it altogether. Yeah. But at
the time, I feel like at the time he should have thought of something.
Well, that's the thing. It seems like he should have thought something, but it seemed like he was really kind of caught off guard by this whole thing with Horace, and he just sort of forgot that he was supposed to do this tape thing. Because he does come back, to the barracks before Phil finds it.
Yeah.
Seemingly, and he doesn't sort of go, oh, hold on, Hurley, I got to go get this paid. It seems like he just forgets as soon as Horace gives him this assignment.
Yeah.
Because it's pretty out of the ordinary, of course. So.
Right.
But yeah.
And that's the other thing. He doesn't know why he's doing it, so he doesn't necessarily know the severity of the situation. So that might help make it forgettable to him, where it wouldn't be to, Sawyer.
Yeah. All right, next scene.
Yeah.
So next scene, Miles is driving out to meet Rosinski, who stops him in the middle of the road with a rifle. Miles gives the MacGuffin to Rosinski. Rosinski whistles. Two Dharma workers come out with a body. Rosinski unfolds the MacGuffin, and we find out it's a body bag.
Oh.
Rosinski tells Miles the dead guy had an accident. He fell in the ditch. Miles notes that doesn't explain the gunshot wounded his head. Miles surmises the ditch must have had a gun, which is, solid logic. I love it. Rosinski tells Miles to take the body back to Horace. Rosinski and the two Dharma guys leave back into the jungle. Miles goes to the back of the van and opens the body bag and asks the dead guy what really happened.
Uh-oh.
So,
sure this won't lead anywhere.
Yeah, of course not. The dead guy is going to be like, I fell in the ditch. That ditch has guns.
Yeah. It's hard to stay balanced when a ditch is pointing a gun at you.
Right? Because the first thing you have to ask yourself is, how is the ditch holding the gun?
Exactly, yeah.
And not only that, can the ditch actually fire that gun?
Oh, my God.
However it's holding it. So you're busy thinking about that, your equilibrium just goes off
and just
falls.
Bam, yeah.
Yeah. And then you get shot by the ditch.
Right,
Because you fell in the gun.
Yeah, apparently that ditch can fire the gun.
Yeah. That ditch is a ditch.
So you're dead, but you did learn something.
You did learn something that you can never share unless
That's a good part.
Someone can talk to you when you're dead.
Oh, look at that. Which wouldn't usually be the case, but
I do have to say I'm a little disappointed in Miles's power. Now that we sort of know how it works.
Mm-hmm.
I kind of liked it when it seemed like he actually could talk to them. Like there was some version of them that was still around that he could sort of have some sort of conversation with.
Right.
Because I always thought that was interesting, in terms of like, especially people who, like when he went past the soldiers that died, and
yes.
like all that stuff. But yeah, it's just the senses that he gets.
Right.
About what they were thinking and who they were and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah. I'm still wondering about that deleted scene where he sensed the sonic fence.
I guess all that means is someone is buried close by there who died by the sonic fence. I don't know why you would bury anyone close to the sonic fence, but that's a theory.
Okay. All right.
Or maybe, I don't know. That's all I got.
Yeah. That'll work.
So there's not much to talk about in this scene because we sort of know how this all unfolds and what kind of happened to this guy.
Yeah,
so
it's kind of weird in these mini mysteries, knowing the whole thing and watching the setup. If we didn't know what happened, when the scene first came on and he turned around, he said, "Okay, what really happened?" I for a second, I thought we were going to get a weird self-contained episode where he just tries to, like, solve this guy's murder. And it's like, it has no other characters besides him. And it was just going to be this, like, little Columbo kind of thing where he would just go around and question people. And
wow.
I was really nervous. I really thought that's what we were going to get.
Yikes.
Yeah.
Now, where were you at the scene of the crime?
Exactly.
Where were you when this guy fell in the ditch?
Yeah, and he'd talk to people, and they'd, like, smoke cigarettes. And
why would you think Miles would care that much to do that? Miles is the most apathetic character on the show. Next to Ben, of course.
I guess I just thought he'd be pulled in by the fact that that he could talk to the dead person.
Yeah.
You know, because he's initially suspicious, and I thought it would just lead him down that road. You know.
Mhm.
And then we find out, you know, it was someone, and then like I saw this whole thing unfolding, and I was like, this is going to be a filler episode. This is going to be the next like expose that we'll look back and be like, what the fuck was that?
So that's what happens when you turn your brain on when you watch the show, huh?
Apparently. I guess you can see why I usually leave it off. It doesn't really help.
Now the picture is clear.
Yeah, that's not something you want to be thinking about. Don't worry, I was brain off most of the time.
Nice.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought when we saw this, you know, I thought, okay, cool. Like, you know, obviously Rosinski's lying, and I was thinking, you know, obviously Miles needs to sort of find out what really we need to find out what really happened. And I was like, oh, cool. Now, you know, they have a situation where here's someone who can just ask the dead guy what happened. Like, that, you know, you're not normally in a situation like that when you're trying to figure out who killed somebody or why. Or how somebody died, I should say.
Yeah, that was the critical point. It would be that the dead guy wouldn't know enough for him to figure it all out. He would just get clues, you know. Like, I could just see a whole series being, I guess they already have something like that, don't they? Like,
yeah,
some kind of psychic helping the police show. There's something like
They've
that.
They've had plenty, I'm sure.
Yeah.
All they can handle.
Yeah, that's sort of what I imagined. Like, he would get images, and they would be clues, but it wouldn't be
just
just like
it's like the show Police Psychics.
Yeah, Police.
And then that other show, Psychic Detectives.
I'm gonna believe that those are real shows because
there was that other short-lived show, Clairvoyant Cop. It was a little bit different thing, but.
The Prognostication Police.
Yeah. Yeah, that was a pretty good show.
Yeah, well,
I think that was British, right?
Of course. Who else?
That was a UK show.
Yeah, that's totally what it would be. And Psychic Cops would be the American remake.
Exactly.
We're not going to call a show Prognostication Police.
No,
that's ridiculous. Get out of here, sir. Security,
please. So yes, there's plenty of Psychic Cop shows.
Yeah, we just named them all, I think. Anyway, yeah, that's it was just when you said like he can ask, and because like it does turn out that he can just kind of figure out what happened. Not in full, I guess. I guess he doesn't know why, but he sort of figures out what happens, and it's not really a thing, you know. Most of the episode isn't about that at all. It's really just about dealing with the body and then where that leads him.
Well, yeah, that's the whole thing. The body really is sort of a clue to what's going on with everything else, you know, but it's not sort of the main point. Right.
The body is something for the viewers to care about, but sort of in the episode, it's not really a big deal.
No.
Because they don't really know why. And I guess Hurley never finds out that part.
Hurley doesn't find out a lot of things.
Oh. It's true, though.
Oh, Hurley. You know what? Hurley is, you know, he's so, they've written him so consistently over the years, I gotta say.
Yeah.
He's still the annoying guy he was in season 1. Still the annoying guy.
You're right, though. They got that character down.
Yep. He has not become less annoying.
He's that guy. I liked him a little better in season 4 when he was in the mental institution. I thought he was a little less annoying during that time.
Yeah, that's true.
But he's back to normal now.
Yeah, he's back to normal.
Just trying to help everybody out, and
I'm gonna make some sandwiches.
Yeah, with garlic
mayo.
Ugh.
That does sound bad.
Yeah.
Bad for two reasons.
Absolutely.
I'll let you guess the two.
We'll wait.
We'll wait. Yes.
Do you have them?
Waiting music.
Yes, that's correct.
Yeah, exactly. So where are we scene-wise?
Anyway, yeah, what scene are we on? Is it still the body? Did he still just get the body? You're right,
he just got the body.
MacGuffin. That's the weird thing about it as a MacGuffin, though, because it does matter in some sense what it is, you know, in terms of the overall plot, like it matters somewhat.
Yeah, it's really just kind of a two-scene MacGuffin. I mean, once we find out what it is, it's not a MacGuffin anymore.
Yeah.
But it was a MacGuffin for those two scenes when it was
okay.
sort of that thing.
I see. Right.
Because we find out it's a body bag, but then why they're using it, and it sort of has no more relevance.
Right.
Because it's really just about getting us to the body.
Yeah.
Which is about us getting to the Swan area. So. The new construction site, so
right.
One thing leads to another. It all makes sense.
There you go. Yeah. The
nice
circle's
tidy
closed.
bow. Next scene.
Yeah.
So we flash back to what is apparently the height of the '80s punk scene because Miles is all punked out. He knocks on apartment 7 and is greeted by a very ornery woman. Miles goes back to the bedroom to find his mom sick, surrounded by a bunch of pills and machines. Miles apologizes for not coming sooner.
Hurry.
His mom asks thanks. His mom asks why he came. Miles says he needs to he needs her to tell him why he is the way he is, how he does what he does. And he asks why she won't tell him about his dad.
I need to know how I do that thing I do.
How do I do that thing I do? Maybe I should ask Tom Hanks. Laura says it's because he never... Laura says, in reference to the dad, Laura says it's because the dad never cared about them and that he's dead. Laura says Miles' father kicked him out when he was just a baby. Miles then asks where the body is. Laura says... somewhere you could never go.
Oh, Mom.
Oh, Mom. Mom forgot she was sick. Mom was like, I don't care how sick I am. I'm going to be creepy right now.
A terrifying land full of horrors and wonders that you shall never behold.
Have you heard of Mordor? It's like Mordor, but twice as bad.
Yeah, they like that. Cut to Miles on the island.
Yeah, exactly. I wonder if he'll ever get there.
Yeah.
I did really like how she delivered that line though, as we make fun of it. But I love how she was all of a sudden she was just like, no, somewhere you could never go.
We're just having some laughs here, but this is serious.
Yeah, exactly. I know I'm dying and all, but let me get serious here.
Yeah. We just need to pause a moment from all this fun and frivolity to contemplate the terror.
The terror that is the place you could never go.
No, I agree. It was good, despite my mocking.
Yeah. So I guess they're trying to tell us that once she moved into this place for $400 a month, that
was it. I'm staying here forever. This is a deal.
This is a deal, my friend. $400 a month and rent control. This is a deal.
Awesome.
Never moving, apparently,
That's
in like 20, 30 years or whatever.
I'm
going to die here. Yeah. She's like, it's got a microwave and a stove. I am dying in this place. Yeah.
My search is over. I have found my home at last.
And most of the neighbors like it quiet. Oh man, I'm sold. Yeah, I guess they just wanted to, I don't know, use the same set. I don't know, but like, she moved into that apartment and did not leave. It's so weird. That is so strange.
It is. Yeah, I don't know.
Hey, there was a pool and a vending machine.
You're right.
Mean, what else did she want?
That's it. That's all I
That
need
reminds
to know.
me of the two things I wanted to bring up in that first scene was what I thought the line, I told you to wait for me by the pool. Like, I don't know. That just seems weird to me because kids drown in pools unattended. Like that just seems a weird thing for a mom to say. Go wait by the pool.
I assume she meant by the fence around the pool as opposed to standing next to the pool.
I'm sure it wasn't too crazy, but or maybe she meant sit down in a chair by the pool and stay there or something. And the other line,
always catching those moms putting children in peril. You don't let them get away with anything. You should work for CPS.
I really should. I'm always evaluating how good these parents are.
You really are, yeah. You know how to catch them. Excuse me, ma'am. Have you told any of your children to stand by a pool lately?
Well, I'm sorry, you're under arrest. I don't know what it is. It just, as soon as she said away from by the pool, I just pictured him hanging out by the pool. I'm just like, you shouldn't be in a pool. I mean, he's not that little, but he is still pretty young. But I just thought that was weird.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously that's just they didn't want him in the scene with her.
Right.
Because we would see them together and see them smile. So a little bit, 2 seconds sooner.
Yeah.
But and the other thing I thought was weird is a very obviously small thing was when the Trevor, I guess is the landlord's name, when he says, when they find out when he finds out, the lady has a son, he says most of the other tenants, they don't like noise. I just thought it was weird that most of them don't. Some of them do like noise, or some of them are indifferent, but there's most of them who don't like noise. It just seems weird.
According to last year's poll data, 76% tenants here don't care for noise. 10% that said they were indifferent.
While the remainder said they were unsure.
Yeah, I didn't think about that. Look at that. Most of them. He's pretty specific. He knows. I bet he could quote you some numbers.
He could. He can tell you which apartments are the people who like noise, which don't. Yeah, I catch stuff like that. I don't know. I guess it's because, sometimes I expect them to say certain things, and when they don't, it's like, why did you say that? Instead of saying, oh, no, ma'am, we're a quiet community, or we're a quiet, whatever.
Right.
It's just like, most of the other tenants don't like noise. All right. Well,
and the only two who do live way over there.
Yeah, exactly. Can we talk to the ones who don't mind noise? Maybe they'll, I don't know.
Yeah, if you could sandwich yourself between two people who like noise, then you'd be fine.
You're totally fine.
There's no way it would go farther. I mean, kids aren't that loud.
No.
Where it would just, travel throughout the entire complex.
So anyway, that's that stuff. But
yeah,
back to
good
this
point.
Scene, so I guess Miles seems to have some falling out with his mom at some point.
Yeah.
Maybe over his facial piercings. I don't know. And I have to say that look that he has in this period, he looks like from when he was in X-Men.
Oh yeah.
That's exactly what it. Yeah.
Oh God, I knew he looked kind of familiar.
Yeah.
Oh man, that's right. He was Spiky Man.
He was, exactly. He was the guy with the spikes.
Yeah.
Out of his skin.
Oh yeah. Wow. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, he actually pulls that off fairly well.
Yeah. Considering
he's actually got gray hair.
Mm-hmm.
And he's playing like, I think, I don't know, late teenager, early 20s or something.
Yeah, I think I think he can pass for early 20s.
Yeah.
In this era.
Yeah, with that look, like it kind of works.
Yeah. Yeah, he pulls it off.
Yeah. It doesn't look as ridiculous as I'm used to.
There's other people who could have tried to do that, and it would have just been like, what?
Yeah. I know that's a wig, John. So wait, what scene are we on now? We got the body.
He's talking to the mom. Yeah.
The mom. The mom.
Dead mom. Mom's gonna die. So anyway, there's some sort of falling out or something. He hasn't seen her in a while.
Yeah.
He apologizes for not coming sooner.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this is kind of similar to Claire, actually.
Similar to what?
She had the same kind of thing where she had some kind of falling out with her mom, and then her mom ended up in the hospital, and she spent some time with, like, black hair and piercings, and
totally.
And then eventually she goes and visits her mom in the hospital, and tries to like come to terms with how their relationship has degraded. It's very similar. They like that.
So I guess note to anyone out there who's listening who has piercings after a falling out with a parent, you should just go talk to them now and save yourself some time.
Lost has some ideas for you. Lost has some advice.
Ross has some advice, yeah. Maybe there's someone you lied to, you should give them their money back, to make peace with things.
Yeah. It's entertainment, but it's more than that. It's telling us how to live.
It's how to get your family in the right shape and what not to do.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's so much emphasis on family on this show. It's insane.
It is, yeah. There's a lot, and they like to kind of recycle plot lines in various families.
Mm-hmm.
That's just sort of a running theme.
Well, because it makes it all connected, right?
Yeah, pretty much.
Lame.
Yeah. Yeah, people being connected is so season 2.
That is, yeah, exactly.
I'm done with that. Oh, look, it's Sawyer. Hey, I'm walking here in the middle of the
street. I'm walking here. Oh, man.
That used to be like...
I wish, yeah, oh, man.
That used to be the most, like, crazy moment in the flashback.
Yeah.
When some character would just walk by.
Yeah, they used to do that where it's just like, look who's in the background, or look who's over there, or,
Yeah,
I'm walking here in the middle of the street where cars are, so you can look at me and I can be in your flashback.
Yeah.
That's what happens.
It is. Yeah, they kind of stopped doing that. It doesn't really work when they all know each other anyway.
Yeah, exactly. So Miles does say, the mom does say that, that the dad kicked them out when he was just a baby or something like that. And Miles doesn't ask, like, kicked us out of where.
Yeah.
So I don't know what he's thinking she means by that.
Mm-hmm.
If it was just, like, out of the house, which is a pretty cool thing to do, or out of the island, which, is not that nice either.
Right.
So that's all I got. Just wanted to bring that up.
Yeah, I get the sense she didn't specify and he didn't know and just assumed something.
Mhm.
Like I feel like he's not supposed to know.
Yeah, I guess not. I mean, he doesn't make any. Yeah, he doesn't really hint that he knows anything through the episode. So about the island before.
Yeah, and they had that conversation earlier in the season with him and Dan, I think, where he basically, he was talking about Oh, what was it? I don't even remember. But at the end of the conversation, I don't remember what they were
You're
talking
going
about.
strong there.
Sorry. I just don't. But at the end of the conversation, he sort of says that he doesn't have any, connection to the island, and Dan's like, "You sure about that?" And
yeah, that's when they were talking about the headaches and stuff, or the nosebleeds,
oh,
right?
yes, that's right.
And
that's right.
And I think Miles had just gotten one, and Charlotte had been getting them.
Yeah.
So Miles was like, "I haven't been on the island before," and then Miles is like, Dan is like, "Are you sure?"
So I guess the idea is that he found out once he saw his mom, like what he describes in this episode, that's where he had come from, and we didn't really get to see it, but sometime in those 3 years he found out. I guess he said it was like 3 days after they showed up. So
I mean, he's had time to deal with that, and I think that's kind of weird for the audience is we haven't seen him we didn't see him when he figured that out, and we didn't see how he sort of dealt with that over the 3 years.
Yeah.
That he's sort of known all this. So it's it's weird for him to realize, hey, and, not only my parents here, but sort of this is the year I was born,
right.
and I'm on this island with these people. Or I guess, when he first got there, he wasn't born yet, because I think he's born in 1977, and they arrived in 1974. So he's only had to deal. Yeah, so he's only had to deal with his self being on there for the last a couple months. He is old, I guess.
Mhm. I think Chang says how old he is.
Does he?
Yeah.
Probably like 6 months or something. Or
yeah, he says. I thought he said. Oh, what does he say? It's later. Let's see. Hold please. Blah, blah, blah.
Should I look for it too?
I'm almost there. Oh, here we go.
3 months?
3 months. There we go.
Yeah.
Wow, that was worth it.
I agree.
Time well spent.
Time well spent.
Everyone
listening. That. Yeah, everyone listening was like 3 months, you idiots. 3 months. 3 months, you guys. 3 months.
That's what I do when I listen to things.
Yeah.
Oh well.
So anyway, he's only had to more recently deal with his baby self being around. But,
still weird.
And actually, that's kind of even more weird, or another level of weird, is to know, okay, my parents are on this island. I was, it's 1974, and I'm going to be born in a couple years. Unless they leave, I'm born on this island. So to sort of be around before you're born is I think, pretty strange, too.
Oh, definitely.
And then it's like your birthday is coming up, and, to be sort of, cognizant in an adult, mature way on your actual original birthday is a unique experience.
Yeah, definitely. Definitely.
I
think most of us have not had that opportunity.
Yes, I would agree with
I've
that.
I've done surveys, and 83% said that they had not been able to...
what percent?
83.
83?
Yeah.
What do the other 17 think?
Well, 15% were unsure, and then 2% had actually been there.
Had actually been there. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Well, we should. Well, it was an anonymous survey, right? We couldn't find those 2% and
That's
say,
right.
How did you?
We had to have it anonymous, or the numbers wouldn't be right.
Yeah.
But it's good though. It's 2%. So if you get 100 people, then 2 of them were there with their own birth.
What's the margin of error there?
Oh, plus or minus 5 or 6.
Okay.
Tenths.
Thanks.
I just realized that was a really big error.
Yeah, I'm thinking, that's a lot. Your 2% might not exist.
But it could be as big as 7 or 8.
That's more likely.
Yeah, you got a point. Anyway.
So Miles is, I think there's a lot of crap that's going on, and on top of just the fact that, his parents are around, his dad is there, stuff like that. I would really be hard-pressed, I think. I was thinking about Miles' situation in this episode. I think I'd be really hard-pressed to not talk to my mom if she was around in the past. I know it'd be weird to be like, I'm your son or something.
Yeah.
But it just seems like, how could you not want to be like, hey, guess what? You haven't had me yet, but I'm your kid from the future. That's not crazy, right?
Yeah. But
then, of course, if he did that, then he always did that, which means the mom always would sort of have those memories and sort of never, which basically means if she never told him, then that means because she kept it secret or something or forgot, which she wouldn't forget that.
No, I don't think
so. So that's the thing. I mean, obviously Miles he's they painted him as the kind of guy who doesn't want to interfere with the past. He doesn't see any point.
Right.
Not that it really is interfering if he does it, because he always did it. But,
right.
Same difference, right?
But he always didn't interfere. So.
Yeah, he apparently always didn't. So.
Yeah.
Unless he does.
Unless he does.
Then he always did. I love it.
But he didn't so far.
No, not yet.
So we'll have to see. But one thing that is emerging is that, even though the Purge killed a lot of people, there were people who made it out.
Oh, a ton.
And that's, that's not quite what I thought. I guess I thought it was a little more complete than that.
You think Amy was killed in the Purge?
At this point, possibly not. I definitely wonder, what the story with Ethan is.
I think we can guess now, right? I mean, here's my guess.
Okay.
Amy left with Ethan for the same reason Laura left with Miles, and the same reason Claire's mom left with Claire. I'm sorry, not Claire. Charlotte. Charlotte's mom left with Charlotte. And I mean that kind of explains how Ethan got the education in medicine. He grew up off the island, and at some point he was able to come back.
Wow, and then came back and joined the others.
Came back and joined the others.
Wow.
Maybe he was recruited back or something. I don't know.
That's crazy.
Or maybe he found out something, about the island, or I don't know. There's some.
That's the thing, though. If he was there as a kid and he had already come back, then he couldn't have already got the education.
If he's what?
If he's there as a kid and he had already come back, then he couldn't have already had the education.
What do you mean he already came back when he's there as a kid?
Like he's already left the island and come back.
I think when he comes back, he's an adult.
Well, no. I mean, we've already seen him with Ben. He wasn't an adult.
Well, then I would say that's before the Purge then, right?
Oh, that's before the Purge.
Maybe that's before the Purge.
So when he left, he was pretty old. And he had already been with the others?
I guess that doesn't make sense.
That's getting weird.
Well, it's fine to me if he leaves when he's with the others because then he can come back and be with them. But I guess it's weird now that how was Amy involved in all that?
Yeah, and, we didn't really talk about it, but the timing of the Purge line, the timing of the Purge versus the... the timeline. That's what I was thinking. Anyway, the timing of that versus the kidnapping, it seems a little tricky because the Purge should have taken place in 1992. According to what Horace said, I've been dead for 12 years in 2004. And also, there's other information that suggests that's a good date as well. So that would mean that And also, Alex being 16 means that she got kidnapped in 88. So that means that scene we saw, should have been in 88. But Ben is already with the others. That's when he kidnaps Alex, and he's sort of the one that raises Alex. But it's tricky because we know he was with Dharma when the Purge happened. So he couldn't have just been
Yeah, I don't know if the 92 date is right.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like something
doesn't really add up.
Yeah, it seems like something's wrong, but it's gonna, one of the bits of information is gonna have to be wrong.
Yeah.
To change the date. They either need to explain how he took care of a kid and was in Dharma and was with the others all at the same time, or change the date of the purge, or somehow change Alex's age.
Well, and here's the other thing too, of course. To add to that is if he's there with Ethan, and Ethan should really only be there after the purge, right?
Yeah, I mean that's what I was thinking.
So that's another part of that. So I would say that Horace's thing was probably just wrong.
Okay.
I mean, Horace is dead. How is he supposed to get the date right? You lose track of time when you're dead, right? Come on. He was close enough. He should have said like 14 years or something.
In geological time, he was dead on.
No pun intended, right?
No, of course not. I never intend puns.
No.
So it does seem. I agree. I feel like Ethan should be there after the purge. I still don't quite. I can't quite see how.
Let me think of Ethan's backstory again.
Okay.
So he's there with Amy and Horace before the purge. The purge happens. Ben sees young Ethan. Maybe Amy dies. Maybe they don't get off. Maybe Amy dies.
Okay.
Horace dies. Ben takes in Ethan, another baby. They can't die. Then that's it. Then at some point when Ethan's older, they send him off the island to go get medical training, or to for whatever reason, and then what's that?
Okay.
Yeah.
All right.
Because that's the thing. Ben got more corporate with it, as Locke put it, and I think maybe he just saw a sort of necessity. I mean, maybe Ethan showed some interest in medicine or something.
Yeah.
But I think maybe he just saw a necessity for a doctor for them.
Yeah.
The temple can't heal everybody.
Right.
So.
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
Or maybe even predicated by the fertility problems too. So.
Yeah. I'll definitely buy that. The only part that seems really hazy to me is how, Horace is there during the purge.
Yep.
No telling about Amy. Amy's a new character. She could be dead, but at least Horace is there, and so I don't think Horace would have given Ethan up or something, and it's hard for me to imagine him just running off with the others. That's the part it doesn't quite work. I feel like there's some bit of information I need.
Ethan running off with the others?
Yeah.
Well, if he's a little kid and he comes out and everybody's dead, including his parents, and there's a guy who's saying, come with me, I'll take care of you. We've seen that scene before,
Yeah.
I guess
we have. Guess we have. Yeah.
It works.
I guess I'm imagining him being older. I guess I'm imagining being older where he can't just be, led away by the hand.
Well, let's see if we can do some math here. If he was 12 when Alex was a baby...
We still don't quite know when the purge happened, though. That's the thing.
Yeah, well, it definitely should have been before... I think we can agree it should have been before he took Alex, and before he has Ethan, right? Before Ethan's around. So, Alex was born in 88?
Yeah. According to, things they've said. One thing they could do is claim that number was wrong somehow.
So that means... Oh, wait, we saw when Ethan was born. Ethan was born in 74.
No, 7.
77.
Sorry.
So that's okay. So that means he's 11 when Alex is taken. 11 or 12. I guess his birthday could be in a month.
Yeah.
And so that kind of works. which means that, what am I trying to figure out here? I'm trying to figure out where the purge, how old Ethan is when the purge could have happened.
Right.
So he was younger than 11.
Okay, that's a start.
And older than 0. So
there you go.
It's in that range there.
It's probably an integer.
It probably is an integer. I would say. Wait. I guess, can we narrow it down any more than that?
Not much. I mean, I think there might be Dharma events that we can say happened at certain times and say that it has to be later than such and such date.
Mm-hmm.
But I think that's the best we can do, because if the original date for the purge is off, then I don't think there's any basis to put it anywhere else. You know,
okay.
I think the best we could do is figure out like what Dharma events there are in the early 80s that, you know, forced the purge not to have happened yet. But if they're going to do one retcon, I mean, it could do any number of other ones.
Mm-hmm.
So it really seems like it's up in the air completely.
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know.
So he could have been
We'll
really
see.
young. I mean, if they put it back in like 82 or something, he would have been like, what, 5?
Yeah. That's young enough.
So, yeah, I mean, I could see him being a bewildered kid led away by, you know, someone not really getting it and, you know, kind of a Dexter kind of thing.
Yeah. I mean, and even if he is older, what's he going to do? I don't know.
I guess I don't know what he's going to do, but I expect it to be more of a thing to get him to go if he's older.
Yeah, well, it could be.
Yeah, and I don't know. It's hard for me to...
It could be Ben kidnapped. Ben is like, come with me, and Ethan's old and wants to not go with him, and he doesn't have time for it, so Ben just, like, you know, takes him. Mm-hmm. And they, you know, settles it later or something.
Mm-hmm.
Obviously there's a lot of ways they can, you know, maybe Ethan gets hurt and, you know, they take him to the temple or something.
Oh, there's always
he becomes
that.
one of them, you know.
Yeah. Okay.
Look, it's all connected.
It is, yeah. Gotta love those connections.
Mm-hmm. They connect things.
They really do. So what scene are we on again?
We're on the next scene.
Okay.
Which is, we're back on the island. Miles comes back to the security area to find Horace on the phone with Chang, talking about something with electromagnetism. Horace tells Miles he needs to take the body to Chang out at the Orchid. Miles asks if someone from the motor pool could do it. Of course they can't. And that's it. Then, let's see. Miles gets back to the van to find Hurley filling it up with food for the Orchid crew. Miles starts to talk to Hurley into staying, but Hurley persists on coming along. And that's that bit.
Nice.
So, you know, not much here other than, you know, a forced reason why Hurley has to come with them to deliver the body.
Yeah.
It's nice that Hurley wants to do something good, but like, wouldn't the crew get lunch somehow anyway? Were they just really not going to eat if Hurley didn't bring them food? Like, if you're Dharma and you've sort of got this building operation, you know, if you're the foreman, you know, wouldn't you sort of make sure your guys have food to eat? You know,
apparently
not. Working all day. Isn't there like a sort of, you know, union rule of a lunch break or something? You know,
I would expect them to pack lunches.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe they all pack lunches. And
but
like
I could see it being a thing. I mean, Hurley works in the kitchen. If they're going to have food made for them, I could see him being involved.
Well, but here's the thing. The Orchid is obviously sort of like, I don't want to say a top secret project, but it seems like a secure project. It seems weird to me that, you know, I don't think anyone else is just, I'm going to go after the Orchid today just because I want to.
Mm-hmm.
You know, And I have to ask, who's Hurley's boss over at the kitchen? It seems like he's the leader, but I don't know why he would be in charge.
No, he really shouldn't be in charge.
He shouldn't be.
He's been there like a few days.
You think the guy in the kitchen would be like, no, we don't want to bother the guys at the Orchid. Chang is, really mean and they're whatever. And besides, they pack their lunch, whatever. But no. See, that's the thing. Like maybe they're trying to tell us Hurley does this all the time. Like this is their scheduled. They didn't really make it clear cut, but maybe this is their scheduled lunch, and he's supposed to bring them lunch.
That's kind of what I assumed.
But that's what's weird to me is they didn't just say that. They didn't just say. When Miles is like, no, Hurley, you stay here, and he goes, no, dude, I gotta do this. I'm supposed to deliver this shipment, this food, because or else they can't eat. Like this is part of my job. If they just said that, there'd be no problem. But they kind of have it. That. Yeah, they just kind of have it where it's more of he's trying to do something nice.
It just seems like he got this crazy idea. I'm gonna go make lunch for the crew of the Orchid.
Yeah, like why them? Why not? Somebody else. Like it just. A little too convenient, and I think they could have tied it together with it being his job more than, I just randomly decide to do this at the moment that it's convenient for you.
Yeah, Jack was making sandwiches, too, all of a sudden. We're back to the sandwiches again.
We're so back to sandwiches.
They cannot.
Sandwich time.
They just can't get away from them. Every chance they get, they throw in a sandwich.
All about sandwiches.
It really is, yeah.
You know why?
Why?
Because life, like a sandwich, has layers. You like that? Just came up with that.
Oh, you just made that up, huh?
Just made that up. Maybe I shouldn't claim that.
That's a good one.
Heard that from someone else. He's a silly guy.
Has layers, huh? Yeah, I guess it does. That's what they call wisdom.
And life.
And life.
Sandwiches.
And sandwiches.
Sometimes have toothpicks in them. And sometimes they don't. I think you get my metaphor.
I think I do. Yeah, it's a contrivance to have Hurley come along.
Yeah.
In the end.
Yeah, totally.
However well they finesse it. Not that well.
Or lack thereof, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So he's going to come with them, and that's about it, we learn, yeah. We get this little thing with Chang on the phone.
Yeah, that was something I didn't catch the first time. Mm-hmm. When I watched it again, I was like, that's... If I had been paying attention, I might have thought, does this have something to do with the Swan Hatch?
Yeah.
And I would have been right if I had thought that. But
yes, you would have.
I didn't really pay attention, as usual.
You're waiting for Miles to start interrogating everyone at this point, right?
Right. Yeah, exactly. When's the investigation going to begin?
Hurley's going to be like Holmes, right?
Mm-hmm, yeah.
And they're going to go off and investigate this stuff together.
That's right.
They're going to drive from scene to scene in the van and figure out what's going on.
Exactly.
Ready for the next scene?
Still waiting for the show to start. Yeah.
So next scene, Kate comes into the infirmary and finds Juliet there. She tells her that they just gave Ben to the others, that James did help. Roger enters to find Ben missing. Juliet says she doesn't know what happened, and Roger storms out to go to security.
Ooh.
So this is what we were talking about before when they, the girls here didn't really have a plan.
Yeah, they're just hanging out in there where Ben isn't. And
2 seconds before, Roger would have come in and heard the whole thing about what happened, or if he was just sort of waiting outside, he could have overheard, exactly what he wants to know.
He missed everything he needed seconds.
By seconds, yeah. It was weird to me how all of a sudden it was just like, he comes in, and then it's like, okay, now game on. And Juliet, does pretty well in terms of, she gets upset, and I don't know, I don't know. And
yeah.
But Kate just was just clammed up. She wasn't ready for it. She wasn't feigning exacerbation, I just got here too, and what's going on? And she was just quiet.
Yeah, she didn't do that. God, I can't even imagine her trying to do that. It would be weird. Kate just can't handle situations like this.
She should be able to, though. I mean, I think she had her fair share of her con days. Like, she should be able to roll with the punches a bit. I mean, obviously this is all emotional.
I would think so, but every time they've shown her doing that, it's kind of like this, where she isn't very good at it. Like, she gets away with it mostly by staying quiet and avoiding the issue. Yeah,
that's true.
She doesn't really make a big production or come up with, like, a good explanation.
Mhm.
And there have been several times where she's been caught, and she does that same kind of the same thing she does here with Roger later.
Where she doesn't look at the person and walks away.
Yeah, and looks really guilty immediately. Yeah, like that's her thing.
Oh, Kate.
I know. Kate. I know, but she's looking for Claire.
Born to run, born to clam.
Yeah.
Yeah, she's really making a lot of progress on that search for Claire, right?
I can't wait. That's
She's looking all over nowhere.
Ouch.
Take that, Kate. So yeah, we pick up more on this, but yeah, the girls didn't really have anything. Yeah.
No. Juliet, her excuse is pretty flimsy, but I don't know what else she could have done. It's something.
Yeah. I loved her line at the end where she's like, here we go or whatever.
Yeah.
Because it really is like now, they have set the course is set, like it's just all going to play out now. They can't sort of just go get Ben and solve everything. So it's the inevitable course of events is going to play out now, and there's no turning back. No turning back. The point of no return, as some might call it.
Yeah.
I don't know who, but some might call it that.
Yeah, now it seems like this is what she was talking about when she was standing at the window, like something like this.
Yeah, I think so, and I think she was right.
Yeah, she was right.
Like it
didn't take long.
It's all over now.
Yeah, they barely got there.
Yeah.
3 years they were fine, and now that's it.
That's it.
Problems.
I guess you gotta blame Saeed, I guess.
Yeah. Saeed, yeah.
Saeed. Mm-mm.
Where are you now?
Yeah,
still by the fence.
I think he's still by the fence. Won't someone turn this bloody thing off? I think, he probably got captured by the others.
Yeah, that's what I was assuming. But since they're not going to him, I don't know. I don't know what they're going to do. It doesn't seem like he's necessarily going to get a story.
Yeah.
Until maybe the finale.
Something's got to happen.
But yeah,
I think we'll see him before the finale, but...
You think so?
Yeah, I think we will.
There's only 2 episodes before the finale.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, this is 13?
Yeah, 14, 15, and then 16's the finale.
I feel like we might see him do something. I feel like they need to set up whatever he's doing, whatever he's going to be doing in the finale. But,
yeah, you're probably right. I guess we'll probably see him, but maybe they'll work it into something else.
Yeah. I mean, he might, go and get captured by the others, and then, he fulfills his bad deed by doing a good deed by bringing Ben back to them or something. Or, I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
Something lame.
All I know, it's something lame. Yeah. Okay.
All right, next scene?
Yes. Or wait, what? Okay, yeah.
Next scene, we're in the Dharma van. Miles asks Hurley about what he's writing in the Dharma composition notebook. Hurley says it's personal. Hurley inquires about the horrible smell in the van. He notices it's coming from the back. Hurley makes Miles pull over so he can check on the sandwiches, but Hurley finds the dead body. Miles tells Hurley to ignore it and not to tell anyone. He tells Hurley that the guy is Alvarez, who was digging a hole and thinking about some chick named Andrea, and then felt a sharp pain in his mouth, which turned out to be a filling getting yanked out of his mouth and blowing through his brain. Hurley asks how Miles knows all this and surmises that Miles can talk to dead people. Hurley tells Miles his secret is safe because Hurley can talk to dead people also.
Ooh.
Revelation.
Hey.
Oh, wait, no. Just kidding. Guess we sort of knew that.
Yeah, kind of.
So this was sort of interesting. I guess we get a little bit more of it later when they're talking about their respective powers. But,
Yeah, they go into more detail. This is where I finally figured out that the Swan Station was going to come into play.
Yeah, when I first heard this description of what happened to Alvarez, I was like, what the crap? How are they going to explain this? And then upon second viewing, I'm like, oh, his feeling got yanked out when he was digging a hole. Maybe it's because he was near the, yeah. So this all ties into the Swan Station.
Yeah, I could have got it earlier with the first clue, but yeah, this is the one where I actually thought, oh, okay, the metal, the electromagnetism, and all that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what this is about. But the second time I watched it, I noticed the first thing and realized I could have got it earlier if I'd been paying attention.
Yeah, to me, of course, I wonder, what happened to the shovel? Wasn't the shovel he was using metal? Wouldn't that, go first?
All plastic shovels.
Before the filling in your mouth.
Or maybe wood shovels.
Wooden shovels? I don't know.
They make those?
I guess vegans have to use wooden shovels, right? I would assume that vegans would use wooden shovels.
Are you saying metal is an animal product?
So you ready for the next scene?
Okay. Yeah.
Just, hide your wooden shovel, all right?
All right.
So let's see. Anyway, so yeah, this is a pretty clear-cut thing with, this guy's working, building, uncovering digging out the hole for the Swan Station, and then he has this sort of accident. I think what's interesting is we sort of realize all the suspicion with, that was on Rosinski is just sort of gone now, where it's like, yeah, it kind of was just an accident. And it wasn't really a bullet hole so much as a filling hole.
Yes, yeah. Yeah. The reason supposedly, I think the reason he was being secretive about it is because he's very obsessed with keeping the Swan and what's going on there secret. And if you said his filling flew through his head, you'd have to, you'd have to say a little more than that. That's not something that normally happens.
Yeah, totally.
So that's sort of the reason, but it's not Rosinski's fault or anything. It's not like some kind of cover-up where they're just, trying to cover up the fact that they killed this guy.
Yeah, at first I thought the dead guy Alvarez was a hostile. Because they're out that grid is hostile territory, and the guy had a big beard. And I thought, okay, he looks sort of like a hostile.
Oh, not a beard.
Yeah, he had a beard, and
I kind of thought the hostiles had shot him. Maybe that was.
Oh yeah.
That popped into my head.
I thought they were trying to hide the body, and they were gonna, they put him in a Dharma outfit, and they were gonna whatever. And there was gonna be some plot with that, but.
Yeah, since they established that whole thing about it being in the hostile territory, it really doesn't come into play at all. But I thought that might be a thing.
Yeah.
Well, a red herring.
That's the other thing I did want to bring up is the idea that the Swan Station was built in hostile territory.
Yeah.
That seems like a thing.
Yeah, it does. It makes it even more strange that they left people in there for so long.
Mm-hmm.
The whole thing about them not finding that, part of what I thought was that it was, in some place that wasn't by where they usually went.
Mhm.
You know, and so they just never found it or whatever, and just left it alone. So yeah, you're right though. That's a thing, and okay, we'll see. You know, we'll see how that fits in.
Yeah.
It's, I don't know. I don't know how much that's going to make sense. I hope it works somehow.
Yeah, I mean, it could be in hostile territory and not be like, you know, in an area that they frequent a lot, just in whatever area they decide is, you know, the truce decided was whose territory, you know.
Right.
That kind of thing. And I don't know if they're saying that, you know, I mean, I guess they really shouldn't be saying that, but, you know, are like most areas outside of the Dharma fence, you know, hostile territory?
Mm-hmm.
Do they only have the areas around their stuff, or do they have the south side of the island and then they got the north side or something, you know? Questions. Yeah, it kind of sounds like they have some area. Mm-hmm.
And like a lot of their places are within that area, but this is outside that. You know, the way they present it sounds like that's what's going on.
So this reminds me of that whole thing when they first got to 74, and you know, James Sawyer was like, you know, we got to search all the grids for Locke, basically. Were they searching hostile territory too, I guess? Like that did they bring that up at all? I don't think they did.
I don't think they brought that up, no.
Because, you know, at the time I assumed they just divided the whole island into grids and we're going to check every one.
Yeah.
Yeah. But they could have already had that grid system in place with the, you know, whose territory was whose.
Right. Yeah, I don't even know what that meant either. You know, we're going to search Sector 37.
Mm-hmm.
You know, what does that mean? Like, they can't have cameras at every place on the island, right?
No way.
So they go there and just look around, or?
Yeah, they look around.
That's it?
We're going to go look.
Just going to go look. Go have a look.
Go look around. Go have a look-see.
Looky, yeah.
A looky-loo.
Looky-loo, yeah. Looky-looey.
Looky-looey. We just conjugated all of that.
There you go.
Done.
Turn it in. It's finished.
Turn it in. Yes. Put your name on it. Don't forget the date.
That's right.
Get points off. Let's see. All right, so the next scene, we flash back to sometime before Miles leaves for the island. Pretty recent future timeline. I know, right? Miles is talking to grief-stricken dad whose son was killed by a drunk driver. His ashes...
recent is in like 3 years ago.
Yeah, recent of the future time period. The son's ashes were scattered on the school football field. Miles is concerned that there's no body, but the dad persists and wants to know if his son loved him. Wants to know if his son knew that the dad loved him.
There you go.
Miles charges extra, then tells the dad to get a mental picture of his son, Russell, and then he tells the dad what he wants to hear. Miles then leaves. He's putting his stuff in the car. He's approached by none other than Naomi Dorrit.
Whoa.
Who asks if he's interested.
I thought she was dead.
Yeah, she was, and still is.
Oh. How is that possible?
Depending on the time period you're in. She asks if he's interested in some work she has from her employer. And with a wig like that, Miles is definitely interested.
I could not take my mind off that wig now. Ever since you got me to notice the wig, every time Naomi's on the screen, I think about the wig.
It's always the wig.
And it seems like it's gotten worse. It seems like it's wiggier than it used to be.
The wig is wigged out.
It was kind of better when she was wearing that headband. I felt like it
that's why they put the headband on.
Yeah. It covered up some of the crappiness. But man, that's so a wig.
I can see that wardrobe section. They're like, okay, this wig looks too wiggy. How about we put a bandana on it? Okay, good.
Yeah, it's just not convincing.
It just sits too perfectly on top of her head. I mean, that's the problem with the wig.
Yeah. Yeah, it's like a set piece.
Yeah. So, all right, so we got this scene when Miles, again, is sort of doing what his sort of power led him to do in terms of getting money, he's sort of taking advantage of this dad. We realize, Miles can't really do his power without a body, so he just sort of does the sort of traditional talking to dead people thing, sort of a mini seance.
Right.
And sort of, just tell the dad what he wants to hear. Now that we've gotten Miles' backstory and we've seen this scene, another instance of him sort of using his power to make money, can we make any sense of... Thank you for that. But now I know what it feels like to be you talking to me.
Yeah. It's nice to just get a little taste every now and then.
Yeah. Can we make any sense of that first scene we had with Miles when he goes into the grandmother's son's room and talks to the boy and gets a sense of where the money is, and he takes the money and then gives the grandmother his money back? Like, I feel that, to me that means that the boy's dead body's in that room, right?
According to what they're saying now, yeah. That's the thing. It really seems like a retcon. And also with that fence scene, like I feel like what his power has changed a little bit since that time, and now they've laid out the rules, and I don't think that scene obeys them because it seemed like he definitely got a sense, and I don't think the body was supposed to be in there. I really don't.
That'd be bad.
So yeah, it's a good thing to bring up. Because it was really confusing at the time, and I don't think... It
never made sense. It just never made sense that he could... and the whole thing with him getting finding the money, like, what was that about? It wasn't just about, like, him making money off of his power. It was like, now he's going to, sort of steal this money from this kid, and grandma doesn't know about it. But it's like, how is he even finding that out? And why is the guy telling him that?
Right, yeah, exactly. Yeah, he shouldn't have been able to find that out.
No.
And he even heard a noise. Like, it even seemed like there really was some kind of ghost in
Presence
the room.
in the room, yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, and he had machines. He plugged in like a vacuum cleaner looking thing, and it wasn't like this episode.
Oh, I forgot about that.
Yeah. It was a whole thing.
Yeah, I think they were just trying to make it cool, and they just like then they realized they need to make it simple.
And that was the house where the pictures changed too.
The house where the pictures changed. The house of the changing picture.
The other thing I think it was about was Miles being sort of all about the money.
Yeah. Because didn't he charge the grandmother extra too?
Yeah.
And then didn't he give it back to her?
He gave it back once he found the money in the room.
Yeah.
Because there was more presumably. And he didn't.
He's a kind-hearted, con
Yeah,
man.
exactly. He won't totally rip them off.
Yeah.
Because he could have just taken the money and the money.
Yeah, he could have taken the money and the money.
But he just decided to take the money and give her back the money.
Mhm. I like using money a lot in sentences.
Me too.
Good.
I don't know if you noticed.
Yeah. It's a new thing for 2009.
It is, yeah. How many times can you use money in a sentence?
Money times, I hope.
I gotta mention, everybody likes money. That's why they call it money.
Oh, nice. Is that why they call it money? Oh.
I think that's a great line.
It was a great line. That's why they call it that.
Anyway. As far as sentences with money goes, that's one of my favorites.
Yeah, right.
What are your favorite sentences with money?
Sentences
Do you have any?
Or like phrases?
A phrase might be a sentence or not. Phrases. Phrases will work.
Money is the root of all evil.
Okay.
That's a good one.
Yeah. Phrase and a sentence.
As Tracy on 30 Rock said, oh, that's a saying? I thought that was just a title for my last film, Death Bank. I mean, not a title, a tagline. Yeah, great line, Tracy.
Nice. Death Bank.
Can't you see that poster?
Absolutely.
Death Bank. Money is the root of all
evil.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's good. Oh, 30 Rock.
30 Rock, how you rock me 30 wise.
30 times.
30 times a night.
Yeah.
We've gone down a dangerous path.
You took it to the next level. I wasn't ready for that.
Yeah, sorry. Anything else? So I wanted to ask, Miles brought a briefcase in this scene.
Oh yeah.
I don't know what he was gonna do with it, or was planning to do with it. Maybe he had his vacuum cleaner in there.
It wasn't big enough.
Yeah,
unless he got a compact version.
I think Hoover does have the mini vac light, I think, which might fit in there.
Yeah, that's probably what it was.
5.5 horsepower.
He upgraded for the lighter jobs to get in those hard to reach places.
What do you think it'd be weird to play football in a field where one of your former players has his ashes scattered? Wouldn't it be creepy just to be man, Russell's still around?
Kind of fall down and rub your face in
yeah. Sorry, Russell, didn't mean to put my face in your whatever part of you
in your rib
ashes
cage.
are.
Yeah.
Some
of your rib cage and. That's not really pleasant.
I've never heard of anyone putting ashes in a football field. When his dad said that, I was like, really? You scattered them on the football field, huh?
I'm assuming they didn't necessarily tell everyone. I was imagining they went out there themselves, and so the other people won't necessarily know that they did that, and so they won't have to think about it.
Because now they're hiding it. They weren't supposed to.
I'm not assuming they were hiding it. I was just thinking that it wasn't a public event, where they had a bunch of people out there. And I don't know. That is weird, though. You always pick up on
I feel like someone's gonna know, because someone's gonna ask. The people who were at the funeral, should know that he was cremated, and usually, someone's gonna ask what happened to the son and where he ended up, and either he's gonna lie or he's gonna say, well, he's on the football field,
right? Yeah,
and they're gonna say, ew. And that's it.
Yeah. Well, I don't think we're going to find out about that.
No, I don't think that's a topic they're going to really deal with anytime soon.
Maybe in season 7 they can get to that one.
I hope so.
All right.
So,
what scene are we on? I hate asking that over and over again, but I keep.
Well, then stop.
I keep losing my bearings. I should keep track on the transcript.
Naomi comes to talk to Miles for the first time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, Naomi.
So it's cool having her back. Didn't
Yeah.
I keep forgetting that these people can pop up.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy. I kind of thought we were done with her.
Mm-hmm.
I thought we got the extra bits with her that we were gonna get. So I was surprised about that.
I think this means we might see, we might see how everyone was recruited.
Yeah,
I wouldn't be surprised.
That is something we learned in this episode. It's specific about how it happened and why they wanted him.
Yeah.
Which was kind of a little bit unclear before. So yeah, no, it's good to have her back. They still managed to show us more without really resolving the big issues around all that. They left it, still really ambiguous. So I wanted things to get resolved and they just didn't. But I think you might be right. I don't know about Charlotte since she's dead. We may not see her thing, but I could definitely see seeing Dan.
Yeah, I think we still have a little bit of Charlotte in terms of the whole thing with Dan. There might be some connection between when she I can kind of see a scene with her being recruited and then intercut with whatever goes on the island when she's a girl or something.
Mm-hmm.
What else was I gonna mention? Something about this scene, Naomi. Yeah, I forgot. I guess I'll remember later or something. Naomi comes. I forgot what I was gonna say.
Oh no.
So anything else with this? We got the next part here. Well, we come back to it, I guess.
Yeah.
With,
no. Well, there's definitely more to say about the Naomi plot.
Yeah.
But we should say that later when it really goes somewhere.
Let's see.
What?
I gotta make a note here.
Oh, okay. I'll just throw in, I think Mr. Gray is a Stephen King reference. There's a Mr. Gray in, what's it called, Dreamcatcher? There is a movie version, if you insist.
Is it a movie version like The Langoliers is a movie version?
What does that mean?
A bad movie version?
Yes, then yes. It was fairly high budget, though. It wasn't for TV, so that's a slight difference. But it was bad. Okay. No offense to Langoliers.
I mean, ouch to TV.
Oh, or TV. Sorry, TV. But your budgets are lower a lot of times.
Yeah, a lot of times.
And they got to produce more, so they got to spread it out.
Yeah. I mean, I guess overall the budgets are bigger.
Yeah.
If you go long enough.
Right.
Next scene?
Yes.
So, next scene is back on the island. Roger's getting drunk while hanging out on the swing set. Kate tries to comfort him. She tells him she's sure things will work out, that he shouldn't give up hope. Roger gets suspicious and tells Kate to mind her own beeswax. Quote.
Does he really say that?
No, he doesn't say
that. Oh, damn it.
I know, right?
I wanted to go back and watch that. Mind your own beeswax.
Yeah, that would have been awesome, but he says business. Lame.
Yeah.
Why won't they entertain us more with silly lines of dialogue?
Note to writers. Always use beeswax instead of
beeswax. It's the 70s. Doesn't it seem to fit in somehow?
Absolutely. Yeah. Just like Hootenanny.
Hootenanny and beeswax.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, totally.
They were all about that in the 70s.
Yeah. Funny how quick you can sum up that scene. Not a lot happens, but yeah, that's the scene. Kate is trying to be nice and, makes it worse for everybody. Classic Kate.
Classic Kate, I know.
Hey, Kate, you stay here. We're going to go. Okay, I'll stay. Next thing you know, she's captured by the others.
I'm just going to sit here and watch waves and twiddle my
I'm
thumbs.
not go nowhere. I promise. Why is she a Southern Belle? I don't know.
She just starts talking that way when she's lying. It's her tell.
It's her tell, yeah. Oh, Kate.
Yeah, she makes Roger suspicious.
Totally.
Which is kind of understandable. It is a little bit weird that all of a sudden she wants to give blood, and she's in there talking to Juliet when his body's not there, and and now she's like, I just have a feeling he might be okay.
I was in the future when I saw him be fine, so take comfort in that. Yeah, thanks, Kate.
Yeah. I understand. As usual, she is trying to be nice. I want to give her credit for that. She's trying to reassure poor Roger. She doesn't really know that Roger's kind of an asshole sometimes. And she sympathizes. So
yeah.
I can understand why she does this, even though it's really irritating in a way, because it's the big thing or one of the big things that that's going to be a problem.
Mhm. Well, and that's the thing. She feels guilty because it was largely her doing.
Yes.
So she kind of should feel guilty.
Right. Yeah. No, it was her thing. It was totally her thing.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah, she tries, but it doesn't work.
No.
And I think the worst thing she does is when he gets suspicious, she acts like he should be suspicious.
She stops looking at him, and she tries to get up and walk away. That was really. I mean, the thing to do when he says, do you know anything is, she should have turned and looked him in the face and smiled and said no.
Yeah, exactly.
Like Ben would have done.
Right.
Why would I know anything? Do pull one of those.
Yeah. I mean, just go with, I just don't think you should give up hope,
Mm-hmm.
It's good to not lose it. So
just reemphasize her point.
I think she could have pulled that off.
Yeah, I think she could have pulled that because I think it's sensible to say, just have hope that it'll be fine.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, people do that. It's in these situations, a lot of times worrying doesn't help. So it's a sensible thing to do. So But no, she doesn't do that.
I wonder if Ben ever finds out that his dad was just worried about him when he was sort of missing and all this and hurt and injured.
Mm-hmm.
If he never finds out, would that have softened his heart for his dad at all? The same way Miles kind of sees his dad with his younger self. And
yeah.
Like, oh, you did care.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Yeah, that's a good question. I kind of feel like Ben won't find out.
Yeah.
Unless his dad tells him.
And here's the other thing, too. I would find it strange if his dad continues to be abusive after this point, after not only almost losing his kid to a potentially fatal gunshot wound, but also being kidnapped.
Mm-hmm.
Should change his perspective a little bit. And I just wonder how they're going to play that out. Is it going to be his dad was sort of nice until the purge, or was he just sort of apathetic from
this point on? Just that,
and
Ben holds a grudge.
He holds a grudge, or he's just that committed to what he's doing that he sort of doesn't care, or what?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't know what we're supposed to think.
Mm.
It does seem like he, this, if anything could shake him out of his rut, maybe this would be it.
Yeah, I'd agree. Next scene?
Mm-hmm.
Next scene, Miles and Hurley are driving. Hurley tells Miles and Hurley talk about their dead people powers. Hurley says he talks to them, even plays chess. Miles says he can't talk to them, he just gets a sense. Hurley declares his power is better, and then they arrive at the orchid.
Yay.
So that's pretty much that. So let's talk about Hurley's power here,
okay.
or what he's calling a power.
Mm-hmm.
is his power real, or is it just stuff in his head, or is it both?
Oh God, you're right. It could be both.
Mm-hmm. Little from column A, little from column B.
You know, in a sense, it's in his head, so I'll say that's right no matter what.
Okay.
But yeah. So the question is, are those people he sees in any way, you know,
like external
to
internal?
his mind? Even if they're images that are put in his mind from an external source, you know, that would still count.
Yeah, totally.
And I'm gonna say, I don't know. I feel like we're supposed to think it's real. I changed my mind about that, but now I'm back with that it's real. I don't know what the explanation's supposed to be, but I kind of feel like the you know, somehow the dead people are really talking to him.
So Ana Lucia pulled him over.
Yeah.
And tell him not to get caught by the cops.
Yeah.
And that was really her.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah. And Libby says hi.
Libby says hi because Libby cares still.
Apparently. She didn't care enough to come and say hello herself, but...
No. She's on another TV show.
She did the pass. Oh. Ouch.
Where they bring both the wine and the blankets.
Oh, God, the wine and the blankets.
Can't have the picnic without it, right?
Oh, that's so true. Oh, Hurley, he forgot the blankets.
So sad.
The fatal flaw.
You know, I don't want to think it's real. I mean, I feel like the stuff we saw before with Charlie, you know, I feel like that might be the island. I feel like Ana Lucia might be the island. But I actually don't get the sense that it's really sort of the people themselves. You know, the way that Miles is talking to these people, or, you know, sensing these people or whatever. Hurley's thing, you know, it's too conversational. You know, playing chess makes no sense to me. You know, how is some sort of dead entity just around for enough time to play chess, and then they're not around when they don't want to be or whatever? It's just a little too complicated, and I kind of feel like that stuff's in his head. The Dave stuff didn't really seem real to me. You know, that's the thing, that whole thing with Dave, you know, when they were playing basketball and Dave wasn't really there, and, you know, does that mean Dave is dead, you know, like, and this is some dead guy he's talking to, like...
Yeah, I think Dave was different. I think Dave was Dave was in his mind, you know, a personality that he made up to deal with his problems.
Mm-hmm.
You know, Fight Club kind of thing.
Thank you. I think what I think about Hurley is I think it's all in his head, but I think that the island sometimes uses that to its advantage to present like Charlie and Ana Lucia.
Okay.
But I don't really think he talks to dead people in a sort of straightforward way.
Okay.
If there is a straightforward way.
So even when it's external, it's not necessarily the dead people, it's just the island.
I think it's the island because I think, to me, the stuff that seems plausible is the stuff that has to do with the island. You know, I don't think the island would send, you know, Echo there to play chess with Hurley. You know, I think Hurley sort of made that up.
Mm-hmm.
And sort of the other stuff he saw, I think, is just sort of in his head. And he can't tell the difference, you know.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah, I find that view very likely. I'm going with they're real for now, but I could easily be swayed the other way. I definitely think. It definitely seems like those things are sort of real external messages that he's not just making up. But all that other stuff, it does seem weird that would be real. But anyway, yeah, I don't know. I'm buying it for now, like 55% or something. I'm barely there.
What's the margin of error?
There is no margin of error.
No margin of error.
No,
wow,
0.
That's good. Whatever you call it. Sampling or something.
Well, it's just me reporting on my state of mind, so it's dead on.
It's dead on? Wow.
Yeah,
right.
I know exactly what I'm thinking.
Well, I'd have to say margin of error too, but
okay.
That's just my own theory.
All right. Well, we'll see.
I've caught you at 53%. All right. So next thing.
Mm-hmm.
Miles, let's see. They get to the Orchid. Miles and Hurley unloads the food from the van. Chang comes up and inquires about Hurley. Hurley lets it out that he knows about the body. Oops. Chang threatens to send Hurley to Hydra Island for polar bear feces cleanup if he doesn't keep the secret. Threat of the day. Chang tells Miles to stay put until he returns, and Hurley tells Miles that guy is a douche. And Miles says to Hurley, "That douche is my dad," which is the best line of the episode. When Miles said, Hurley said that guy's a douche, I was thinking, please, because I knew Miles was going to say something about his dad because he's looking wistfully at him this whole time. And I'm like, please say something with douche and dad. Please do it. And they did it, and it was nice.
Yeah, no, that's good. That's really good.
What else?
Chang.
Chang.
You're so down to earth.
Cracking that whip.
I had no idea.
Right?
I had no idea.
I know. This is a guy we saw in the videos, by the way, just in case, you forgot or anyone forgot. This is the enigmatic Marvin Candle, et al. Of his pseudonyms. So it's weird that this is the guy. I mean, this is the guy who processed Jack's paperwork,
Yeah.
When Jack joined Dharma, have I bowled you over yet?
Yeah, it sounds so crazy, and yet it feels so boring.
It's so boring.
That's the part I can't get over. Like, I want to be blown away, and yet it's just sort of like, so what?
Yeah, it is. It's so what? I
mean, presumably, something more interesting will happen as the season goes on with him. But yeah, so far he's just, I don't know. I mean, Dharma in general is just kind of more blah than I thought they were. They do have secret stuff going on, but like this whole thing where he's just like, keep the secret about the body or I'll just give you, I'll give you a bad job. Like, it's just very, that's just not.
Yeah, that's not the kind of threat that Dharma, that's the least they should be capable of,
Yeah, that's not taking it seriously as a secret,
Yeah.
If that's all you're going to do, like, Hurley could just give away the secret, and that's all that would happen. Like, that's not really a big deal.
And then he could just go to Hydra Island and tell everybody there.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, it's not. It's really just not a good thread. It's not a good. It's just not convincing that it's such a big deal to cover this up.
Yeah.
When that's what's supposed to back it up. So yeah, I don't know. I don't know. It's a lot more open than I thought it was.
Yeah, a lot more open and less, to me, less structured. I mean, you can kind of. I mean, they had, a couple people from the future infiltrate them, and they are none the wiser.
Yeah.
Which is strange.
It is really strange.
It's interesting that we got sort of the proper name for the island. Hydra Island, as I guess we could have all assumed it was called. But that's what it's called. Hydra
they actually
Island.
call it Hydra Island?
Yeah, he said Hydra Island.
Wow. Hydra Island.
Hydra Island. Yeah, there it is.
Wow. That's what it is then.
Yeah, it's Hydra Island.
Hydra Island.
That's the name. Let's keep saying it.
But was it called Hydra Island before they put the Hydra on the island?
Of course not, silly.
Okay.
There was no island there before they built Hydra Island.
Oh, okay.
The Hydra Station, you know.
Okay.
Yeah, maybe there were Hydras on that island, and they had to kill them off. They had to kill them off before they could build the station.
Oh, no.
And, you know, that's how I got the name.
Wow. I wonder if we'll get to see that.
I hope so.
Battling the Hydras.
Maybe there'll be a Phoenix around, too.
Oh, no.
Maybe a Medusa somewhere.
Why not?
Throw it in.
Sure, yeah. Put them all in there. Little Anubis.
Please. Well, we already got that.
We already got that, you're right.
That's coming whether we like it or not.
Look out. Yeah, okay, good. Hydra Island. That's the name. It's official now.
There it is.
We can all use it. Yeah, this was strange. I guess I kind of thought that this is one of those things that we guessed, and by we again I mean you, a long time ago.
What did I guess? I don't remember.
I think it was initially when they had that scene with Dan and Miles where Dan asked him if he was sure he hadn't been to the island before.
Mm-hmm.
Whatever, I don't remember what episode that was. It was pretty early. On that podcast, you brought up the idea that he was the baby from the first episode.
Oh, yeah.
And I thought maybe, but it didn't. Now it seems like it must be true, but...
maybe he's the baby. I hope I said that.
I'm going to say that's what you said.
Good. Maybe he's the baby.
If you didn't say that, I'm going to take that clip and edit it in.
Awesome.
Right after this is over. Maybe he was the baby. So yeah. Anyway, we it's clear that they're going there before he says it, and I'm thinking he's going to figure it out now. And I guess I thought it was kind of strange that he had already known for so long. Yeah,
I think that's what's interesting is, yeah, you're right, how they sort of, you know, the way they play it is that he doesn't just, this isn't, he doesn't spend time with Chang in this episode for the first time and sort of realize, oh my God, this is my dad. He has been kind of avoiding him this whole time because he is his dad.
Right,
you know?
Yeah, it's a different thing. Hurley gets to find out, but for Miles, it's something he's obviously already thought about some.
Yeah, and I think another thing we should mention is the fact he did think his dad was dead. Oh wait, he is dead in the future.
Yeah.
Oh, that's what I was thinking. I was thinking of. Oh, okay, yeah. I was thinking of when Miles gets to the island the first time. You know, in the future, he's expecting to find he's thinking his dad's body would be there, right? Or I guess that's the thing I wanted to ask is, you know, he asked the mom earlier, you know, where's the body, and she says somewhere you can never go. Obviously, she's talking about the island.
Yeah.
And so I thought at that point, oh, okay, well, that's the reason he wants to go to the island is to find his dad. Then Naomi comes along and says, hey, we'll pay you money to go to this island, you know. And so I guess the question is, does he know this is the same place? Or does he only realize this when he goes back into the past and sees his dad on the island?
I think that's it. I don't think he knows. I think he finds out when he goes back to the past. Okay. Based on that conversation with Dan, you know, it sounds to me like he didn't think he had been to the island before. And I don't think he had any reason to think it was an island that, you know, and it seems like he just landed there because of the money. And it was just, maybe we're supposed to believe it's destiny or something, but I don't think he knew consciously. And so I think he just found out. That's my guess.
Because that's a great reason to go back to the island is, he wants to go talk to his, dead father's body.
Oh, yeah, it's a great reason, yeah.
Not the reason they're using.
No, it was the money. It was just the money.
The money. All right.
I think it was, it was like, he went back for his own selfish reasons, but he ends up finding what he's always been looking for.
Oh, that's a great story. Oh, look at that.
Yeah, I feel like that's the idea.
Okay, great.
Yeah, sorry. Do you think he knew?
I mean, I don't think the way they present it that he knew. I just think it's a great reason for him to want to come back. I mean, before we assumed that he was coming back to use his power for some reason.
Right.
And that's really, actually that's kind of why he was going there. Naomi says, you can talk to these dead people, will help us track Ben down, I guess is who they're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
So we were kind of right about that he was supposed to use his power, not that he ever kind of did, in terms of tracking Ben down, but did he, now I'm getting a sense, was Miles near, is he the one who found, Carl's grave?
Yeah.
Carl and
Danielle, yeah.
All right.
Yeah, he's the only reason that they, that some of the people, I think it was him and Sawyer, and maybe Claire was still there at that point. Or maybe Claire had disappeared. I don't know. But yeah, that was sort of how they found out that they were dead.
They're dead.
They're dead. But yeah, that's been a thing. And also he went to go sense Naomi to make sure that they weren't lying about what happened with her.
Ah, yes, Naomi.
Naomi.
Speaking of Naomi, next scene. You ready to move on?
Yeah, but the next scene's not Naomi.
Why not? That's what my notes say.
Oh, I'm sorry.
The scene with Naomi and Miles in the restaurant, right?
Oh, okay. Sorry. My fault.
Backseat podcaster.
I misread the transcript. I'm sorry.
So next scene, Naomi brings Miles to the restaurant for an audition. There's a body in the back. Naomi gives Miles a wad of money and asks what he can tell her about the dead guy. We learn that this guy is Felix. He was on his way to deliver something to Whitmore, a bunch of papers, photos of empty graves, and a purchase order for an old airplane. Naomi tells Miles she's leading an expedition to an island with a man that's hard to find. The island has a bunch of dead people on it who can supply info on the man's whereabouts. Miles wants to pass, but reconsiders when he hears he'll be paid $1.6 million. And that's the scene.
All right. So, here we fucking go. They introduced the idea of there being a fake plane crash. It was originally Naomi who first revealed that this was out there, basically around this time in season 3, and here we are 2 seasons later, and they tell us something about it, and yet it's still ambiguous.
It can go either way.
It can totally go either way. When he was saying that, I was like, oh, good, this tells us something. And then I thought about it, and I was like, God damn it, it's unreadable, because she doesn't react to it, and I can't tell what we're supposed to think about what he senses.
Yeah.
I can't tell what the reading is. Who is this guy? How does Naomi feel about him? What was his relationship to Whitmore? All that stuff is unclear. And since all that stuff's unclear, it's no help. It's no help. So what do you think what's your
I'm shaking my head. As you're asking me this, straight up is like, no.
What do you think happened? What do you think the explanation is for this dead body and those things that he sensed?
Yes.
Yes. Okay. Good.
D.
Oh, always a good choice. Was that all of the above?
All of the above. Yes.
Okay.
Our answer not listed.
Oh no, answer not listed.
I always hated that choice.
Yeah, a lot of people hate that choice.
Because you have to know the answer to really want to pick that.
I'm afraid you do. Yeah.
It's strange. I guess let's hammer out the details.
Okay,
and see what we come up with.
So here's my scenario A.
Okay.
Where Widmore's responsible for the plane.
Okay, break it down.
Okay, so here it is. This guy,
Felix.
This guy Felix, he isn't working for Widmore, but rather he's involved with somebody else. Maybe Ben, maybe some other group, like a certain group we get introduced later. I don't know, but let's say he's not involved with Widmore. He finds out about this stuff. We know, Tom got some evidence along these lines.
Yeah.
So I mean that could connect him with them or not. Anyway, he gets his stuff and he's gonna go to Widmore and basically blackmail him using this evidence. Not necessarily him, like he might just be a representative. It isn't necessarily his thing, but that's sort of the point. He's going to tell him that he has this.
He's going to blackmail Widmore, and so to prove his point, he's bringing the evidence.
Yeah, he really shouldn't bring the evidence, I guess, but but maybe it's copies. I'm gonna give him the benefit of the doubt and assume there are more copies.
Okay.
So he goes there, and then Widmore has people kill him, and that's how he ends up here.
They say don't shoot the messenger.
They do say that because you want to shoot the messenger.
Mm-hmm.
And so I'm assuming he did, and that's the explanation for the dead body. So that's scenario A, where it's Widmore who did the plane.
Okay.
Now, there's probably a scenario B where it's Ben.
Oh, you don't have one?
I don't quite have one yet. I can't quite make it work. It would, because the part about it. Okay, so here's a possible scenario B where it's Ben. He finds out that Ben did this, and he's bringing it to Widmore to tell him, and somehow he's intercepted by one of Ben's people and killed, or something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a scenario B where it's Ben.
So I mean, yeah, to me that one works a little bit better, even though there's less details, because I think it might work to have Felix be sort of Felix be Widmore's guy, and he's coming to give Widmore this evidence or something, and then Ben's people intercepts him, kills this guy, and takes the evidence, which they can later give to Michael to prove their point that Widmore did it. So to me, that kind of makes sense, because we never sort of, the information doesn't seem to ever get to Widmore. I feel like if Widmore did it, then, he should have all of this stuff, unless, this is how he was going to get it. Somehow he had Felix or someone else, sort of get all the stuff that...
Oh, that would be a scenario C. Like, Felix works for him, and he was carrying out or somehow overseeing the carrying out of all this stuff, and he's just bringing the paperwork, and he's intercepted somehow. So yeah, there's a C with Widmore.
Because here's the thing: if Naomi's working for Widmore, right? We can say that.
That's
she's
probably
not lying.
True.
If she's working for Widmore, then I feel like she should sort of know what's up with this guy, Felix, right? Like she should sort of know Because here's the thing. Here's two things. I mean, there's a lot of sort of weirdness with this scene, but here's two things that are weird because, she's sort of testing Miles to see what he knows.
Right.
So one scenario could be that she knows how this guy died and what he was doing. So she wants Miles to tell her exactly that to verify, the information. And that way she can say, okay, he does have this power because I know what he was up to and I know how he died.
Right.
So that's one way to handle it. The other way to handle it is kind of the way it comes off in the scene, which is she doesn't know how he died or what he was doing. And
the test is if he
really the test is whether or not she believes him, I guess.
Yeah, and whether whatever he says is in any way plausible with what she doesn't know.
Yeah, exactly. Because it kind of seems like she didn't know what Felix was delivering to Widmore. And I'm actually really surprised how specific Miles was.
Mm-hmm.
And he didn't mention how he died, right?
That's correct. Yeah, no.
Which is like the biggest thing he always notices when he talks to dead people is like that's the first thing is how they died and who they were thinking about. You know?
Yeah.
And that was the thing, he didn't sort of sense that, Naomi killed this guy or, anything like that, which I thought was strange.
Right.
So I said a lot of stuff. What's my point? My point is I'm going to say Naomi didn't really know Felix and didn't know what he was doing. And that means that Felix is probably working, but that should mean he's working for Ben or someone else. Why would he be going to Widmore? I don't know. I got to think about that more. This scene was weird.
It was, yeah.
There was nothing. There was no place to be grounded.
Yeah, it told us. It pushed us towards stuff that we already know are a thing. But it didn't really clarify at all. Because it gave enough detail to wonder, but not enough to really get to any kind of resolution about what actually happened and what it means. So, yeah, I guess I still think Widmore is responsible. I don't know. I find it hard to care anymore because we're sort of beyond that now. The Oceanic Six are back on the island, and they're not doing the lie anymore. It just doesn't seem like it's. I just don't really care at this point.
I'm leaning towards that Ben's guys killed Felix and that Widmore was trying to get evidence against Ben or whatever. Because I kind of think Ben did it.
Right.
And that, Ben's guys basically killed Felix and got the evidence, which is the same, that they used on Michael. But, because I feel like whoever did it shouldn't be the one who wants the invoices and the pictures, right?
Could that be the explanation for how they got the evidence? Could this guy be...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is, obviously Naomi... It seems like Naomi never gets it and Widmore never gets it.
Yeah.
Because it doesn't seem like the guy has it on him anymore.
Okay.
And it makes sense to me that whoever killed him to take the stuff.
Okay. Well, but in that case, then it should be Widmore who did it. Because it would mean the evidence wasn't faked.
Huh? Widmore
that means
faked the plane crash?
Yeah, because that would mean the evidence isn't fake.
No, I'm thinking... What do you mean the evidence isn't fake?
Yeah.
Why would the evidence be fake?
Well, that's what you were saying originally, because the evidence says that Widmore was responsible. It sort of has his name on this purchase order for this plane. So if Ben did it, then that's faked.
Yes.
Right?
Again, I forgot Whitmore had his name on the thing.
Yeah. That was one of the things they showed to Michael.
Mhm.
You know, and the pictures, like, it sort of matches with this, and it makes it seem like that's where they got it. And if they did, you know, if that's really what happened, then it seems like it's real, and then it would be Whitmore.
Maybe they just got the documents and then put Whitmore's name on it or something. I mean, I don't know. When they showed Michael. I mean, would it really, if Ben did it, would it really say, like, I mean, what would he put down for company when he is going to purchase this thing? You know, if Ben did it, you know? Maybe he just puts down Whitmore Corporation.
Yeah.
Or maybe he puts down, you know, something else. Yeah. To me, it just makes sense plot-wise for whomever to kill this guy to be the guys who took the documents. We saw Ben and Tom with those documents more recently. So I would say
that's the thing, though. If the documents are okay, that would be the alternative. So if the documents are real, but Ben used Whitmore's name, and so that would be a scenario D where this guy works for Whitmore. He gets these documents. He finds out somehow that someone is doing all this stuff on behalf of, you know, Whitmore's corporation, and so he gets a hold of these documents, and he's going to bring them to Whitmore, and then he's intercepted.
Yeah.
I guess that would be the idea. And then they use these documents that are real as evidence against Whitmore. It would work. That would work.
Yeah, there's some other room for other
it's pretty
things
weird,
to happen.
But it would work.
Yeah, something like that.
Because it shouldn't be Ben's guy.
Unless you operate under the, you know, he's trying to, you know, make some money or something, or he's defecting against Ben for whatever reason, or he's a mole or something.
Yeah,
okay. And, there's that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah. Okay.
The lame stuff.
Right. Okay. Well, so we've resolved it then. It's one of those four options, or something
yes.
else. None of the above.
Yes. It's A, B, C, or D, or E. Something else.
Yeah. Yeah, that's the thing. I can't necessarily think of every possible scenario, but those are just the ones that, you know, come to me. And it's, from what we've seen here, it definitely seems like it can go either way still. I think it's Whitmore, you know, deep down, but, you know.
Hey, and can I throw out another, you know, just because Felix thought he was going to meet Whitmore doesn't mean he was really going to meet Whitmore.
Oh, God.
So I'll throw that in the pot, too.
Oh, no.
You know.
Oh, no.
We don't really know the circumstances there, so.
Yeah, we get a flashback where Ben's like, "Hello, I'm Charles Whitmore." He would totally do that.
Yeah.
Ben's. That's so Ben. Yeah. Okay. There you go. Yeah. There's plenty of ways. There's plenty of ways where it can be Ben. I just, you know, I'm sticking to my guns until it's disproven.
All right. So, next scene.
Oh, I wanted to say something else.
Yeah. Did you want to talk about the $1.6 million?
No, actually. What I wanted to talk about was the idea that they're getting Miles so that he can go talk to the people that died in the Purge, I guess, and they're going to tell him where Ben is somehow. Like, I found that kind of flimsy.
Well, I didn't think she was saying the Purge in particular. I just assumed that there was, you know, there's a lot of dead people on the island, I didn't really think she meant the purge in particular.
She says this man is the one responsible for their being deceased.
Yeah.
So, I mean, who could she be talking about besides...
I just thought anyone who's dead on the island that Ben may have killed over the years. I don't know. But, the purge definitely makes sense. I just didn't think that.
Because I don't think Ben has done any sort of mass killing since then that they would know about.
Yeah, I don't think so either.
I think the reason she knows about the purge is, Widmore was there.
Uh-huh.
But after Widmore gets banished, and I just don't, I don't think Ben really, there wasn't really anybody else on the island during that period of time.
There's plenty of dead people, I'm sure. Plenty of dead people around.
The only other dead people that I can think of would be, the rest of Danielle's people.
They're dead.
They're dead. They weren't killed by Ben.
Yeah. Well, here's the thing. The reason I didn't assume she meant the purge, which I think is probably what she means now, but the reason I didn't assume that was because, and maybe that's what you mean by flimsy, is I didn't think they could say anything about where Ben is. They're dead Dharma folk who died like 20 years before or whatever. Like, how are they going to help where Ben is? I kind of thought she meant someone like, who am I thinking of? Like Goodwin maybe, or I don't know. I just got the sense that there are plenty of dead people on the island over the years, died by various ways, and that they just hope that Miles would be able to talk to these people and they would lead him to Ben. But yeah, if she's talking about the purge, then he can go to that big grave and have a whole field day of emotions and sensing dead people's thoughts.
Yeah.
Which Hurley knows where that is, so maybe he'll tell Miles.
That's true.
It hasn't happened yet. Well, once it happens, maybe he'll tell him.
Oh, yeah. I guess they can't really go there.
Yeah.
That would be weird.
Don't go there.
Here's where the bodies are going to be.
Oh, God. Let's not have that scene.
Yeah, that won't really help.
Hurley will be like, I'll dig a hole. Why, Hurley? Because this way they can just have a place to put the bodies once the purge happens. Oh, Hurley.
No. Thanks, Hurley. You're so helpfully annoying.
Yeah. Definitely the latter.
Yeah. I agree that other people would be more plausible to actually help find Ben, but I just don't think they know about anybody else.
Yeah, I don't think they know about anybody else either. But
and they're sort of saying, like, specifically, he's the one responsible for all these. And if they're just assuming he's been killing people in the interim, maybe that's a safe assumption, but I don't think it actually is true. And so I don't know. It just seems strange if she's really just assuming there are going to be all these dead bodies that Ben killed to help find him.
What'd you say?
It just seems strange that she's assuming there's going to be all these dead bodies that Ben killed to help find him.
Mm-hmm. But that's what she's assuming.
Well, that's the thing. I don't think she is. Like, that's why I think she's talking about the purge.
But isn't that the same thing, though, that dead bodies who can help them find Ben?
Oh, well, that part. Yeah.
Whatever the dead bodies are, she's assuming that.
Yeah. No, I was just saying the assumption was that there would be these dead bodies. Not that they. Yeah, she's also assuming they'll be able to help him, but that's either way. I was just saying. More recent ones. Doesn't... Yeah.
Ones
who would actually be dead recently enough to actually help find him.
Mhm.
I guess she's assuming he just sort of kills people.
I don't know.
That's the idea.
They seem to know something about him and about I don't know what they I don't know what they know. But no, I think he does seem to be talking about the purge. That seems more likely than just random people who are dead. I thought you might want to bring up the $1.6 million thing because I remember you making a deal of it when he demanded that amount from Ben a while ago.
Well, it was actually $3.2 million, and so I was going to bring it up.
That's right.
I was going to bring it up later, but this is basically the origin of that.
Yeah.
He was offered half that to go on the boat, and so if he was going to defect, he wanted double, and that's it. I mean, it's as simple as that.
Yeah.
I'm surprised they bothered to explain.
Yeah, it wasn't any. That was the number that they came up with. That's how much Whitmore was going to pay him. 1.6.
Yeah, 1.6. That's it. There's no doesn't seem to be a particular reason for that.
No, it's a number.
It is 15. A number. Oh, I forgot. Yeah, it is a number.
Yeah.
Oops.
There's a lot of numbers in this thing. 316 was in this episode.
Oh yeah, at the beginning.
Yeah, which is like, why is that? I mean, that's why they should have made it Flight 416, so that we can have 4 and 16, because 3 is not a number.
No, it's not.
And having the microwave be 316 ties it to the plane, the second plane that they were on, which really means not that much.
Yeah.
So it's like, why have that say 316? I don't get it.
Mhm. Yeah, you're right. It's weird and pointless. I have no idea why they did that.
She's like, they got it wrong. They're like, oh, God, we shot this an hour early.
Yeah. Yeah, they're like 316 is like a new number.
Yeah, they can't like, don't try to make that like add it to the old canon of numbers. Like, no.
That won't do. Yeah, it's weird that they could have made it 416.
Or have, the bearings through the that you're supposed to go into the barrier was what, 325 or some other number?
Oh God,
I remember.
Yeah. Oh God.
But I mean, they could have had to be that number for the flight and then that number for the microwave.
Yeah.
That ties into the barrier, but now they got this 316 thing. So
yeah.
Good luck, guys.
Yeah. What
was
it 325? I don't know. I'm not gonna look it up.
It was 325, but I remember there was a discrepancy at one point.
Yeah, Ben says something else.
Yeah.
Oh, it was the paper changes, and Ben says something else.
Yeah, it was something weird.
It was really weird. That was, oh gosh. Season 4 controversy.
I did like Miles' line of, as much as hunting down a mass murderer sounds really safe, I'm going to pass.
Yeah, that was good.
So, next thing?
But he's got his price.
He does have his price.
He'll hunt down a mass murderer for $1.6 million.
Who wouldn't?
Who wouldn't? I agree. Okay.
So, next scene, we're back at the Orchid. Miles tells Hurley he doesn't want to talk about his dad. He says that the third day he was there, I guess back in 1974, he saw his mom get in line behind him at the cafeteria. Miles doesn't think he should bother trying to save any of the Dahmer guys since they'll die no matter what he does. Chang then comes out and wants Miles to take him to Rudzinski at the work site. Miles asks about the body. What body? Says Chang. And that's the scene.
Uh-oh. What body?
What body? We ate it. Oops.
What happened to the body? Will we ever find out? What did they do with the body?
Buried it.
Oh. Okay.
Well, I guess we should talk about that. I didn't think it was a mystery because I don't care. But
ouch.
But maybe
I didn't either. I was pretty much kidding because it's hard to care.
Yeah, I didn't think it mattered, but maybe it does. Maybe we should think about what they did with the body. I mean, they took it to the work site, right? I mean, no. They took it to the Orchid.
Yeah. Did they have it go turn the donkey wheel?
I mean, maybe they. Yeah, I don't know what they did.
Put it down the well.
the orchid didn't look finished to you, did it? They were still building it, right?
Oh, it was so not finished.
Yeah, so that's weird to me that they got 2 stations they're building simultaneously.
Yeah.
I guess they have enough manpower for that.
Mhm.
And what else? What did they do with the body? I don't know.
Yeah, it's weird. Like, I don't know what we're supposed to think. But they buried it would be one answer.
Is there any way that, they put it in the machine in the orchid and send it back to the past or something? Or
yeah, I mean, that's kind of what I was thinking with the donkey wheel, that somehow they just got him out of there.
Yeah.
I don't know if that guy, if he knew anybody else on the island, or, I mean, presumably he did know other people, but are they going to be able to just make him disappear and,
Oh, good. Yeah, right. So I'm sure he has a Dharma family, right?
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Friends.
Dharma friends.
Yeah. I mean, even the guys who was working with him presumably would care that he's dead.
Yeah. Yeah, exactly.
I don't know.
It seems weird. It seems like it wouldn't be that easy to just cover it up.
Yeah, maybe they have a plan, and they'll figure out who would care or whatever, or who would notice that he's missing, and they'll come up with something, and oh, he got on the sub and he went back because he didn't like it here anymore or something, or they could almost pull that off if he doesn't have any family on the island. So.
Right. Yeah. Which is possible.
Yeah.
If they want to do that, I really don't think it matters. But
it doesn't matter at all.
But they did. I mean, they did have him take the body over here. It's a contrivance, though. That's part of why I don't care.
Yeah.
It really just gets Miles and Hurley in the places they need to be.
There was so much driving in this episode. We've never driven so much on the island.
Mhm.
Yeah,
it really saves all the walking.
I remember when we first saw the Dharma van. It had the Dharma beer in it, and we were like, "What? Like they're really just driving around the island in a van?" But I guess they are, because they have to get to point A and point B in different places really fast. And
yeah.
They're not going to walk.
That's exactly what happened. Yeah, they just drive.
Yeah, they drive. What do you do? Well, I would drive too. Well, then, yeah, we're driving. That's what
it just didn't seem plausible because no one was driving.
Yeah. And there were no roads, but all of a sudden there's roads now.
Yeah, they got roads.
Yeah, they do.
I guess they grew over or whatever.
Mhm. Yeah, that's plausible. Like plants grow. Who's gonna believe that?
I believe it.
You believe plants grow?
Yeah, I do.
Liberal.
Ouch.
You and your optimism.
I guess it is optimism.
What do you think? All they need is sunshine and water, and they'll just grow? Wow. What world are you living in? The fantasy world.
Wow. I didn't realize that was just my blind optimism.
Let me ask you this. Have you ever seen a plant grow, or you just assume that they grow because that's what they taught you in school?
Ouch. You're right.
Yeah, I'm going to take education down with me.
I have never seen a plant grow, I have to admit.
All right, that's all I want to say.
Okay.
All you people out there who are like, plants grow, have you actually seen it grow is what I want to know. People are like, yes.
Ouch.
It's called science. So, next scene.
Yeah, sure.
Next scene, we're on the other side of the island. Roger enters to clean up a classroom, only to find Jack there, who's kind of cleaning it up to help out. He tells Jack he can leave, but before he does, Roger asks if Jack knows Kate. Roger tells Jack that Kate has a weird thing about his kid, that she gave Ben blood and came to him when came to him recently and said that Ben's going to be okay. Roger's starting to suspect Kate and wants to report her to Horace, or Horace, as he pronounces it. Jack tells Roger that he's drunk, thinking crazy thoughts, and that he doesn't know that he does know Kate, and Kate wouldn't do anything to hurt Ben, at least not little Ben.
Mhm.
So that was the scene.
He should have thrown that in.
Yeah. And then Roger would be like, "What'd you say?" Nothing. Sorry. I'm just saying, when your son is in his 40s, he's kind of an ass. I'm not out of place by saying that. He locked me in a cage, all right? All I had to eat was sandwiches. It was horrible. Some of them didn't even have toothpicks. And then some of them did, and I didn't know what to do.
Wow. That was a really hard time for Jack.
Right?
So much sandwich confusion.
So much sandwich craziness.
First you put in the toothpick, and then there is no toothpick.
Mhm.
What am I supposed to think about this?
What else could he think about that? I think that's what drove Jack crazy. That's why I heard his dad on the intercom. He didn't know what to do. He didn't know whether his next sandwich was going to have a toothpick or not.
Mhm.
And when you're in that kind of, altered state,
Yeah.
it's not fun.
You'll do anything.
You will do anything, like perform surgery on Ben.
That's right.
So nothing much here. It's nice to see the Dharma classroom again.
Mm-hmm.
I'm surprised they built that set for this scene.
Does seem like a waste.
Yeah, but maybe, I don't know, maybe they filmed some other crap there with, I don't know, something else. Maybe some Ben and Annie scenes, maybe.
Uh-oh. Where's Annie?
Where's Annie? Here's the classroom.
Oh, Annie. You really made an impression.
Or did she?
Or did she? What did she? Yeah. Did you notice the stuff that was on the chalkboard?
I saw Jackie erasing stuff. I didn't really catch anything of note. Was there anything interesting there?
It was like Egyptian stuff.
Oh, God. Like Egyptian history or something?
Yeah.
Great.
Yeah. We're supposed to love that, FYI.
Are we?
I think so.
So instead of the blast door map, we get the chalkboard.
Yeah, I know. It's hard to care at this point because I don't think it matters, but they definitely threw that in.
Yeah, I see it now. There's just like crap on there.
Yeah. All right, that's it. That's it.
Something about something of God in 2600 BC, and Jack did Jack even read it? Maybe it's important, Jack. I don't know.
Nah, Jack didn't give a shit.
Jack doesn't care.
I'm doing my job.
I'm erasing chalkboards because the teacher's too lazy to do this.
Yeah, that is bad etiquette.
That is totally bad.
You're not supposed to leave a chalkboard unerased.
Come on.
Everybody hates that. We got to work together.
Yeah, I agree. Unless you have janitors whose job it is to clean it up.
Yeah. The only defense I can offer is that maybe there's only one teacher, in which case they can erase their own thing and it doesn't matter.
Yeah. I wouldn't be surprised.
Yeah. I can't imagine there being that much of a school system.
Yeah.
It was probably supposed to be a mixed age classroom.
Yeah, trying the whole charter school thing on the island, Alternative education, see if it works. Wow. Yeah, I made it topical.
You did. You really did. You brought it into all of our homes.
Something we can all identify with.
Yeah. Yeah, we always think, there's that crazy island over there. Nothing in my life is like that. And then you come along.
And then I come along and I ruin it all.
And you ruin it all. You remind us how much our lives are just like Lost.
Just like Lost.
Wow. Thank you.
You know, I meant to mention earlier when Roger was drinking beer on the swing, I'm thinking, that's how you swing like an adult.
Mm-hmm.
You get drunk and you go swinging. So even adults can enjoy the swing set, you know? It's not something just for kids. It's like, hey, just have a beer and go swing. There you go. I'll bet you'll have some fun.
Mm-hmm.
Nice.
It's a lot like swinging for kids. You just drink.
You drink because you're an adult.
A lot of things seem to be like that. You do something you would do as a kid, but you're drunk.
But now you can drink. Yeah, that's really the difference between being a child and an adult is you're doing the same stuff, but now you can drink.
Yeah. It's just more fun that way.
Yeah, hey.
Because you get the pure enjoyment and you're drunk.
And you're drunk, which means you enjoy it 2.5 times more.
Mm-hmm. Is that... What is that?
That's the ratio for enjoyment from sober to drunk. It's 2.5 times.
Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So that's like the pie of alcohol.
It's the pie-alcohol.
Okay.
I just came up with that. Could you tell?
Yeah, I could tell. I could tell. It doesn't diminish it, but I could tell.
Didn't spend a lot of time on that one. Mm-hmm. Like half a second.
Well spent, though. Well spent.
Thank you. So next scene, right?
Is there anything else I wanted to say about this? Roger, Jack.
Can I say I love how Roger was like, "Get out of here, Jack," and he kicked the bucket, the mop bucket, and he kicked it just perfectly enough to like hit the door and crack the door a little bit. That was it was so eloquent, and so it said a lot. You know, it was like, not only do I want you to get out of here, I'm going to show my frustration by kicking your bucket, right?
Yeah.
And then the bucket's going to show you the way out. How about that?
Don't say that.
The bucket will show you the door, my friend. I thought that was awesome.
Yeah, you're right.
Follow the bucket and get out.
It was good.
It seemed like he rehearsed that. I don't know. It was awesome.
Yeah.
I'm through with you and your bucket, sir. So in the next scene, we're back in the van.
We cut to outside. The bucket and Jack are
walking sadly towards their next place to clean.
I'm really amazed at what a non-entity Jack is these days.
Mm-hmm.
He's really just like hanging out.
Yeah,
it's really weird.
You know, I think that's going to change very soon. And even in this episode, I think we see Jack getting a little. He got a little involved here. You know, he goes to tell Sawyer sort of about this event. He gets a little more involved. I think my own personal prediction is that Sawyer's going to need Jack's help very soon here. I honestly thought it was going to happen in this episode, but I think things are about to spiral out of control, and Sawyer's just going to need help.
Yeah, you're right.
He can obviously count on Juliet. Kate's up in the air about how much she can do. Kate. But I do think he's going to need help pretty soon here doing stuff. So I think he's gonna turn to Jack for help pretty soon.
Mhm. Yeah, I think you're right.
So I think Jack will be left a non-entity pretty soon. But yeah, it is weird to see him just like, I'm just gonna do the rounds, and I'm just gonna clean up, and I'm just gonna take my bucket and go mop somewhere.
Gonna race this here chalkboard.
But I think he's gonna go write a country song afterwards.
Yeah. Drum this guitar.
Mhm.
Sing the blues.
I left my mop in Alabama. I left my bucket in Tennessee.
Now they'll never be together.
But I got a pickup truck and I don't know, something. And my dog.
Yeah. And I'm going to Tennessee. It rhymes with Tennessee.
Yeah. And something else about Tennessee. What's more country, Tennessee or Kentucky?
That's a good question.
Thank you for that.
I really think it is.
I agree, but not before you said that. You know what? I've been waiting for someone to ask the pertinent question, which is more country. We're still on a real topic here, folks.
Yeah, I'm being pulled in both directions.
Because Tennessee has Nashville, right?
Yeah.
That's pretty country.
It is really country. But I think, I guess I think of Kentucky, the state, as being more country on the whole. But Tennessee has sort of country pockets.
Mhm.
You know, and I guess it's all pretty country, but I feel like I want to give it to Kentucky.
You want to give it to Kentucky?
Yeah.
All right, Kentucky, huh?
Yeah.
All right. Well, we answered that question.
Are you not going to vote?
Oh, I don't really know, which is why I was asking. I think.
Oh, okay.
I kind of want to give it to Tennessee, but Kentucky's got merits. I think it's a toss up.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a toss up. I can't vote either way.
All right.
I thought it was so funny when you were like, Kentucky is more country. I was hoping you would say in a narrower way.
Yeah, I should have.
More country in a narrower sense. Yeah, that's been perfect. Because I think it might be true.
Mhm. Yeah. Yeah. No, I was trying to legitimately answer rather than quote a line.
Oh,
as appropriate as it would have been. It's always good to say that.
It is. In a narrower way.
Mhm.
Next scene? What were we talking about? Were we done with this scene?
I think so. Do you want to say anything else about Jack and Raj?
J-Raj?
Mm-hmm. J-Raj.
No. I think we're good on these guys.
Rojak.
Yikes. Back row. So next scene, we're back in the van with Hurley, Chang, and Miles. Never thought we'd get those three together, right?
Yeah.
Hurley asks Chang what he does at the Orchid. Chang says it's classified. Hurley brings up the fact that Chang's kids and Miles have the same name. Chang says he likes country. The wife likes jazz. Hurley asks or suggests that they all go out for some Dharma beer at some point. Chang then tells Miles to stop the van. Then he opens a fence made of jungle, and then they get through the entrance of the to the work site.
Mm-hmm.
So I continue. They arrive at the work site with a bunch of workers, sort of in dark blue uniforms. Chang tells them they don't have to wait. He'll get a ride back from Brzezinski. Hurley asks what's going on there. Miles doesn't care. Then they watch as some workers imprint the hatch with the numbers. And by the numbers, I mean the numbers. The numbers, if you know what I mean.
Right.
Hurley then says the last number when the guy couldn't see it because it was smudged, and then tells Miles they're building the hatch that crashed the plane.
Whoa.
And now we further the misnomer of hatch with this scene. Because not only is the guy called the hatch, the lid to the hatch. But then Hurley says, the hatch that crashed our plane. Which, who knew a door could crash a plane, right?
Wow. That's a lot to say.
In a narrower way.
He does say the hatch lid.
Yeah, he said the hatch lid. So,
now,
it's really...
Could we think of that structure as a hatch, and that's the lid on it? Does that work?
No.
Okay. Well, I tried.
Yeah. I mean, hatch lid, yeah.
Like, it seems like it would be weird to say station lid.
Yeah, that's why you would just say the hatch. Or the, you know what I mean? You just call it what it is.
Yeah, okay.
So that's the thing. I really don't think station lid, hatch lid, is really bad.
No, it isn't.
But only because they're meaning hatch in terms of station.
So hatch can mean opening.
Yeah.
So
are you looking up the definition of?
Yeah, I had to because I wasn't sure. So hatch can just mean hatch can just refer to the opening in the top of the thing, and then it would make sense to talk about a hatch lid.
Mhm. Okay.
Yeah. The problem is hatch can also refer to the covering for such an opening.
Yeah.
So you could say the hatch.
Oh, it's the hatch.
Yeah.
Okay, that's better.
I agree. So yeah, that's weird. I didn't think about that, of course. I'm gonna try to cut down on saying that. You can just assume I didn't think about it from now on.
Thanks.
You and everyone else. So earlier in this scene, we find out the origin for Miles' name. He's apparently named after Miles Davis.
Is that what we're supposed to think?
I think so.
All right.
I think so. His mom, presumably, came up with that.
Mhm.
Yeah, they don't spell it out specifically, but I assume from the fact that Hurley said that after they talked about it, and he said my wife is, I assume that was tacit agreement that that's why they named his kid that.
Mhm. Yeah, I guess. Why not?
And I guess also he's explaining why I was listening to that country song at the beginning of the season.
Oh, great. Thanks for tying that in, guys.
What?
I said thanks for tying that together.
Oh, yeah. Well,
The show is awesome. Great. Now we know why he was listening to it, because he likes country. Wow. Why else would he be listening to it? Because he doesn't like country. Grown.
What?
Said grown.
Oh, grown. So let's see. What else do we have? Do you think they're actually gonna get together and have a beer at some point? Do you think that's actually gonna happen?
I don't know if they'll have a beer, but let's just say there's. I think they're gonna talk.
Okay. Do you think Miles is ever gonna tell him who he is?
Yeah, that's what I mean.
Oh, that's what you mean. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean, I could see them not going that way, but I definitely think though Miles will get some resolution. He's going to talk to him and get some resolution. I think it's opening up a can of worms for Chang to be told that that's his son that's just been born.
Yeah.
Back from the future. But if anyone can handle it, I think Chang could.
Right.
So, yeah.
Okay. All right.
That might even bode well for them later if shit hits the fan and maybe Chang can step in and protect him because he knows that Miles is his son and blah, 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 and, might work out in their favor at some point.
Right. Yeah, okay. So here we find out why the numbers were on the hatch lid.
Well, okay. We find out how the numbers got on the hatch lid. We don't know why they're there in terms of those numbers, right?
Well, they're the serial number. Although I don't know what that's supposed to mean.
Well, yeah, I mean, they just put that number on there, but did they put that number on any other stations? I mean, a number on any other stations? It's still weird.
Why do they need to put a number on there at all?
That's the thing. Why on the lid to this thing that's supposed to be buried and not really seen, right? Like, why would you put that on there? And I don't know. We don't really know why. We saw them doing it, but
yeah, it kind of seems like they just have to do that because we've already seen that it's on there.
And here's the thing: it wasn't. The numbers were, 481516.
Right.
It was 481516.
Yeah.
So that's another thing too. It's a group of numbers and not just sort of
a
sequence
string of digits. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. And it's pretty weird because they end up using that as the code for the computer. I always thought that was weird, and I especially do now. Because I have no idea why, if those numbers are important in any way, I have no idea why they would just, hammer them into the outside. It doesn't really make any sense to me.
So you never forget.
I meant why in a narrow sense.
Thank you.
The people building it just hammered it in the side. They were told to. Like that's that's all I meant. It isn't a big grand why.
Yeah. It's the smaller Y.
Yeah. We see how they got there,
Did you think the guy who was calling out the numbers looked really weird?
Yeah, he had a strange hair thing going on.
Yeah.
His hair was very curly and kind of big. It was
Yeah, he had like curly Sue curls.
Yeah.
And his face, I mean, he stood out,
Yeah.
And it's Hurley, when we sort of see this guy from sort of Hurley's POV, like, I'm thinking, oh crap, what's going on? This guy's reading the numbers. Oh man, like this is some crazy guy because he looks kind of weird.
Yeah.
And then no, it wasn't anything weird about him. He just read the numbers.
Yeah, I think he was just some guy on the crew who looks kind of odd.
Yeah.
There's
always one, right?
Yeah. Sure.
I thought Rosinski was enough, but I hope the kids are in bed.
Yeah. Cover up those little ears.
Sorry, folks. Let that one loose. Forgot the kiddies might be around.
We really should put a warning on this one. That's definitely not suitable.
No. Speaking of Rosinski, can I mention that, why is he a badass all of a sudden?
Who, Rosinski?
Yeah.
Oh, he'll kick your ass.
He's all man in control now.
You better watch out.
He wasn't like that before.
Don't cross him.
Don't cross him. He'll put a bullet in your head.
I don't know. Rosinski's all over the place.
He is. I really, honestly, I wish he wasn't around. I think they're ruining the image of Rosinski.
Yeah.
I love the idea of him being this, this crazy guy in the hatch. I went and said hatch. In the Swan Station, and it's cool that when they showed us that he was like around, but I don't like him being this around, he's just involved in everything. Like first he's at the Flame doing stuff and he's designing the Swan.
Mm-hmm.
Now he's at the work site and he's over here and he's over there.
Yeah, wasn't he making that model like 2 days ago? Like it seems like if they're building, they should be past the model stage.
Yeah, well, I guess they're really just excavating now. You know, maybe I agree. I think he should be maybe a little further along in the design, but
yeah,
maybe they already have the blueprints and he's just making the model. You know,
just for fun.
Yes. He's got nothing else to do until Saeed shows up, right?
Right. Yeah, I mean, first he was just obsessed with him being a spy, and he was on and on about that, and now he's changing to, you know, badass foreman mode.
Yeah, it's so weird.
Or he's you know, don't cross him, and
do what I tell you to do.
Yeah, he's I agree. The Radzinski I pictured is not this guy.
No.
It's hard for me to believe that that's who he becomes.
Yeah. It's just like, you know, they're just showing us, I think, too much of him. Like,
yeah, they take away the mystery.
Yeah, it definitely takes away of what was interesting about him. Because this guy's not that interesting.
No, he's not at all.
You know, this is not that interesting. He's just like whatever guy.
Yeah. I mean, he's somebody, but he's irritating somebody.
Yeah, I mean, I think Phil's more interesting.
I agree. That's you know? That really shouldn't. Phil should not be more interesting.
He has, you know, less screen time and like less, you know, time on the show, you know, as a character.
Yeah.
He's more interesting.
Yeah. Phil has some of the qualities that I would like Radzinski to have, but he doesn't. Yeah, you're right. I don't know. Maybe it's partially the actor.
Yeah, that's always someone to blame.
But I also think the role just isn't that great. It kind of seems like they were just winking at the audience, but now they've made a thing out of him. Now he's just, you know, all involved in stuff.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like, they like Radzinski. Let's give him some Radzinski.
Yeah.
It's just like too much, guys.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that doesn't necessarily make it better.
Yeah.
You know, it would be okay to give us less.
Sometimes less is more.
Yeah.
Just made that up. I'm gonna overuse that joke until everyone is sick of it. All right.
Good.
Thank you, Mr. Show.
It's a great joke. You know? It really doesn't get old that fast. Yeah, no, it's one of my favorites. And you know, the audience doesn't really laugh at it. I don't think they really got it.
No.
It's too bad. But on video, we can all appreciate it.
On video, everything is better.
I didn't say that, but okay.
Well, David Lynch thinks that, so.
Yeah, you're right.
All right, we're boring the audience with our insider information.
Yeah.
Inside jokes.
It's true.
So next scene.
Yeah, so it crashed. The hatch crashed our plane. I was surprised that they went out on that note. Not surprised. Sorry, what's the word?
Saddened.
Wow. Backed into that one. Yeah.
Simpsons.
Yes.
Oh man.
I mean, I didn't mean to. I really thought I was surprised, but realized I wasn't. I wasn't sure what he was going to say about the hatch, and a lot of things went through my head that he could say about it. And then he went with that, and I was like, oh, of course. That's the
big one.
That's probably the biggest thing he can say about it in a short amount of time that sort of makes sense with the show overall, and, you know.
Yeah. I thought he was going to say, you know, that's the money I won the lottery with, dude. And, you know, and it brought me bad luck and blah, blah, blah. And, yeah, but that's the thing. He would have had to say a couple more things to be sort of have the same sort of impact as, you know, the hatch that crashed our plane.
Yeah.
So it was definitely better in terms of brevity.
Yeah, right. And brevity is the soul of wit. I just made that up.
Oh, nice. Good job.
Yeah. Thank you. It just came to me. I don't know.
We should go into the phrase business.
You're right.
I think we should just try to make money come up with phrases because we're pretty good at it.
We really are. Why do we do this podcast for when we could be making phrases?
We could be making phrases.
I don't really know how you make money on phrases, but we need to find a way because we have so many of them.
Well, there's a will, there's a way. Hey, I did it again.
Look at that. Necessity is the mother of invention.
Oh, God, we're on a roll here. Wow.
Oh, God.
Well, I think we'll manage because if we work together, I think two heads are better than one. So. Oh, look.
That's good. You're right. Because there is no I in team.
That is so true.
So anyway,
so next scene?
Yeah.
I mean, anyway, with this scene, they're using hatch in terms of station like they always do. They apparently won't get over that, so.
No, I'm just going to live with it and move on.
Yeah. Ugh.
It's the best I can do at this point.
So
now, and actually, I don't mind it as much when they call it that. It's when other characters who weren't involved in the finding of the hatch that
that's true.
It bothers me more. If Hurley says it, I can deal with it.
Mhm.
Even though if I were them, I would have amended it once I realized what it really was. But whatever.
Yeah, I don't understand why they couldn't have just start to say station when they mean hatch, or say station when they mean station, instead of using hatch.
Right. Yeah, I agree. It's a thing now, though. It's like hatch with a capital H.
Yeah.
So you can't. It's like the island.
Which is lane with a capital L.
Oh.
Ooh. See what I did there?
I do, but please explain it.
No, I just wanted to point it out. I don't want to explain it.
All right. Thought you might want to explain it.
Well, let's go to the next scene.
Okay.
I'll explain that.
All right.
Next scene, Miles grabs a bite to eat. Apparently it's a fish taco. He's abducted by some guy.
Sorry.
Yeah, I know.
Those two words just don't go together.
Fish taco?
It just sounds bad. I know it's a thing, but it just sounds bad to me. Fish taco. Yeah. Ugh, stop. Just don't.
Yeah.
Taco with fish is better.
Yeah, that's the thing. Fish taco makes it seem like the whole taco is made out of fish.
Yeah.
And you don't really say I'm gonna go get a beef taco or like a chicken. You usually I'm gonna get a taco, but fish taco you do say that because it's a thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. The less fish and taco are in a sentence together, I think the better.
Good point. Yes. We can all let it be it resolved.
So we're in the van. The main guy introduces himself as none other than Bram.
Oh, shit!
Who may or may not have written a popular vampire novel. Bram says,
we don't know. He didn't say his last name.
We don't know. We really don't.
He just might be a 19th century Irishman.
Bram says, hey, maybe it was an autobiography, and he's, immortal.
Okay. Why not?
Bram says Miles' apartment is being watched, and they need to talk to him. Wait. Let me start over.
Okay.
Bram says Miles' apartment is being watched, and they need to talk to him. And they need to talk him out of working for Widmore. There it is.
Nice.
Miles says he doesn't know who that is. Bram says it's the man who chartered the boat Miles is getting on next week. Bram asks Miles if he knows what lies in the shadow of a statue. Miles says no. Bram says that he's not ready to get on the boat. Bram says if he comes with them, he will get all his answers, why he has the gift, and about his father. Miles says if they want him, it'll cost them double what Widmore was paying, which would be $3.2 million. Bram says he's not paying Miles anything. That the money, that all the money in the world isn't going to fill his empty hole. I think you know what I mean.
Yeah.
They toss Miles out. Bram tells Miles he's playing for the wrong team, and that Bram is on the team that's going to win.
Ooh.
Sorry, that's how I wrote that.
That's all right. That is kind of what he said. But when you put it that way, it sounds really gross.
The empty hole in his heart, right?
Okay, there we go. Whew. Must be. Where else would it be?
Yeah, right.
Where else would you put money?
That's it. In your heart.
In your heart. That's where money goes.
So I put my money. And apparently, no matter how much money you have, you could just keep stuffing it in your heart.
That's right. Put a lot of money in that heart hole.
That holy heart. Hey, who put this money in my heart hole?
Oh, God, don't ever say that, please.
Sorry, you look sad. I thought I'd give you a 20. Does that not make you feel better? All right.
Oh, God, you should never, no one should ever have to ask that.
I know, right?
Oh, God. Ouch. Okay, so this is kind of a thing here, this scene.
Yeah, serious moment.
Yeah. Please.
Pull it together. Come
on. Man, yeah, this was the most shocking scene of the entire episode to me.
Yeah, this came out of nowhere.
This was wow. So Bram is a character apparently.
Mm-hmm.
I thought he might be a character, but I didn't think he'd be this kind of character.
Yeah.
And wow, I don't. So there's so many things I want to ask.
I have no answers for any of them.
Yeah. So the obvious question is, who are these people?
And where do they come from?
And where do they go at night? Are they involved with okay, so let me add some details from the scene. Bram tries to prevent Miles from working for Widmore. Isn't willing to give him money for it, but wants to just take him because he needs to somehow. Just wants to convince him on that alone. And then at the end, he says you're playing for the wrong team, and Miles says, what team are you on? And he says the one that's going to win. And so that makes it sound like, this is sort of about that war thing.
Oh, this is definitely about the war.
And so somehow they're involved in this war. So I've come up with, I guess I can think of two immediate possibilities here.
Okay.
One would be these guys are actually involved with Ben somehow. Ben sort of, we saw that Ben had this like network of people that he knew that he could go to for help with various things. Jill and
Jill.
Yeah. And they referred to some other people, and so there was a sense of a group of people that Ben had available, and so maybe they're a part of that. They're on Ben's side. A second possibility would be that there's some third group who's got some other interest. I can't make sense of them being Widmore's people anymore. since they try to get him to not go. And I really can't imagine why Widmore would do that. It's really weird. So at this point, I don't think they're Widmore based. So, that was my theory last episode, and that seems to be wrong. So that just leaves those other two, at least obviously, either Ben or separate.
I don't think they're working with Ben for a couple of just sort of simple reasons, like, Ben saw Lana and Bram, there was nothing there. Ben presumably could have seen them on the plane, there was nothing there. It just doesn't seem to me that they, are really, that they know they're working for Ben, or Ben knows, maybe they're on the same team and they don't know it. It just, and it seems to me like, why, if they know that Widmore's sending a team to go find Ben, or to at least to try to go to the island, and they know Ben is there, they tell Miles he's sort of not ready to go because he doesn't know what lies in the shadow of a statue. But if he, if they told him, he would know. But they don't do that. So it seems weird to me to be like, well, we're working for Ben and he's on the island who, you're trying to go find, but you're not ready to go do that because, for whatever reason. It doesn't seem to me that like they're really working for Ben. Now they could be sort of, on that side, or something. But maybe Ben's an independent agent or something. I don't know.
Oh, okay. So they're on Ben's side, but Ben isn't the leader.
Yeah, like maybe he's not the leader or something. Or I guess that they're, in terms of a third party, they could be Dharma.
Okay.
Maybe? Mm-hmm. Whatever.
If they're still
Dharma
around.
and their causes, yeah.
Yeah.
I think to me that'd be the most interesting.
Okay.
If we find out, Dharma wasn't really just done.
Right.
But.
Right.
Yeah, it's weird. It's definitely strange.
So, what did I want to say here? Yeah. So when Widmore tells Locke, you have to go back to the island because if you're not there, there's a war coming, and if you're not there, then the wrong side's going to win.
Mm-hmm.
I think the wrong side he means is these people.
Yeah, I mean, if there's only two sides.
If there's only two sides. And by saying, it seems like there's two sides.
Yeah.
But yeah, I kind of, like, even if there's more sides, I still feel like this is who he's talking about somehow.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that means, though. So then there's this thing about what lies in the shadow of the statue, which in the last episode I thought was just some kind of code or something. Now it seems like some kind of spiritual question or something. Like once you know the answer, you will have attained enlightenment or something.
Mm-hmm.
What the fuck are they doing with that?
I think the strangest thing about this scene with Bram is how it did come off as like they're missionaries or something. Like, yeah, all you need to do is look within your soul, and then you will find the light which will guide you. And it wasn't a sort of normal like we're gonna kill you if you don't do what we want. It was just like then they let him go. Yeah. They didn't stop him from going on the boat with Widmore, or they didn't try to, infiltrate or anything, I think the whole, honestly, I don't even know who's doing what anymore. I feel like Naomi could be like working with Bram and those guys. She could be a mole or something, like, I'm not really sure anymore who's trying to do what.
Yeah, it is kind of strange that they didn't do anything about the boat, and then like 3 years later, they somehow end up on that plane that goes to the island.
Oh, can we talk about that, please? Like, why they're on the same plane that ends up on the island. Like, did they know that? Come on, really? They had to have known that.
I think we're supposed to believe that they knew that.
They had to have known that.
Yeah.
For both Alana and Bram to be on there?
Yeah.
So that means, what does that mean then?
I don't know what that means.
How did they know that?
How did they know that was the plane?
Yeah.
Oh, my God. I have no idea. Miss Hawking again.
Do you think, like...
if they're working for Ben, like, he could have told them.
I don't think they're working for Ben, though.
I know, but I'm trying.
It just doesn't come off like they're working for Ben.
It doesn't, but, I don't know.
Ben shoots Caesar, and then, Alana and Bram get in charge because Caesar's shot. If this was all, an organized thing, it seems like, they would have maybe tried to take control before or something, not let Caesar call the shot.
I guess I'm assuming it's not because Caesar got shot. Like, if they're working for Ben, then, then I'm assuming that's not necessarily the thing that motivates them. And also, they won't necessarily try to pursue it in any way.
If they're working for Ben, that's not why they took charge?
Yeah. Like, I really don't think that's why they took charge.
Because Caesar was shot?
Yeah.
Well, we got to see what happens in sort of the next part, but I think, to me, it plays off like, okay, Caesar's dead, now we're going to sort of, now we're going to do whatever we came to do. So, I don't know. I don't know if they're, if they would have just, started, taking control anyway at this point or something, or what? Or if they were going to try to do whatever they had to do under Caesar's nose or something, like, I don't know.
Right.
It plays off like a reaction to me, but it also seems like they did have a sort of a plan and a purpose.
Yeah, that's the thing.
So it could just be a coincidence.
Like, I definitely don't think that, I definitely think they had a plan regardless, but it could be the case that somehow Caesar getting shot accelerated or, caused them to go forward with it sooner or something like that. But I guess it certainly seems like Caesar is outside of that group.
Yeah, and we could we assume, maybe we should say Alana's not really part of that group yet. We don't really know, right?
The thing that ties her to it is that she said, "Who do you know what lies in the shadow of the statue?"
Yeah, that's bad. Forgot about that part.
Yeah, so I think she is part of that group.
Well, maybe Bram told her.
He could have told her, but I think
maybe he asked her and she knew.
Yeah, well, she knew, but I think she's a part of the group. However it happened.
Yeah.
But I actually think it was before. I actually want to say it was before.
Before the crash?
Yeah.
Yeah. That obviously makes the most sense.
I don't know what that question is. Like, do you have any idea what that could be about? Like, anything? Well,
it seemed like the question changed, didn't it? Because wasn't it what lies in the shadow of the statue? And then Bram says what lies in the shadow of a statue.
Really?
I think I've heard both on the show. Yeah. I'm pretty sure that's right.
A statue?
I'm pretty sure in this episode, Bram says what lies in the shadow of a statue.
Really?
I'll look it up, but that's what I thought I heard.
Well, not according to the transcript. Let me, I gotta hear this. The problem is I knew what I wanted to hear, so I didn't really listen that carefully.
Yeah.
So...
the statue says, the transcript says D.
Let me see if I can, just like to have a quick checky check. Where is that scene? Oh, here it is, yeah. Okay.
And we had to try our best to talk you out of working for Charles Whitmore.
I have no idea who that is.
He's the man who chartered the boat you'll be getting on next week. And my friend, you do not want to get on that boat. Do you know what lies in the shadow of the statue?
No.
Well.
What did he say?
Enunciation. I wasn't. It sounds to me like it could be either one. I'm going to assume he said the right thing.
All right. I think it's better if it's the statue.
Yeah.
Because I feel like it should tie into the statue on the island, and I think the answer is the temple.
Yes. Oh,
really?
That was your answer.
Yeah, that's my answer.
I forgot.
The temple lies in the shadow of the statue.
Okay.
Or something, something to do with that.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the obelisk, or whatever thing that they could. I don't know. Depends on where the statue is, right?
Mhm.
Or maybe it doesn't. I don't know. Is it a metaphorical question or is it a literal question?
I have no idea.
And how could you just know it?
But yeah, if they're just going to pick somebody off the street and expect them to know the answer, then it seems like it has to be something. It can't be something too specific. Like how could
Well, it could be specific. It could be something like maybe I'm reaching here. Maybe it means that if you don't know the answer to that, Jacob hasn't told you yet or something, or you haven't come into contact with whatever thing, you haven't made some sort of realization or whatever. Maybe the shadow lies in the shadow of a statue. I don't know.
I see. Yeah. The clever answer.
The clever one, yeah. The lame answer.
A little bit of both. Yeah.
A little bit of both.
Wow. Okay.
Maybe like Bram's team and Alana. Maybe they're I don't know. Maybe they're hostile somehow. Maybe they're like the off-island hostiles. Maybe something like that.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's a toughie.
That would sort of be like them being, part of Ben's network.
Yeah.
Although I don't necessarily think those people are hostiles, but, whatever connection they have to Ben.
Mm-hmm.
At one point, he was a leader of what the hostiles were.
Yeah.
So, I agree that one scene where Ben talks to Bram, it doesn't come across as though Bram works for him.
No.
I have to say, if they tell us that later, that scene will be weird. I really thought there were two sides here, and if Ben isn't in charge of his side, I think that would be weird. Like, could somebody else be in charge of his side?
Lana's in charge.
Okay.
I don't know.
And then, so that's weird. If that's the way it goes, it's also weird if there's a third group, with some other agenda.
Well, here's the question. Bram says if you don't know the answer to the statue riddle, then you're not ready to go to the island. What does that mean? Like, ostensibly he's going to go find Ben, and maybe they know that, So it seems like it's saying, you're sort of not ready to deal with Ben, or not ready to deal with Smokey, or not ready to deal with whatever they think presents a problem on the island for Miles. But why would sort of knowing the answer to that be...
Yeah.
Be that he's ready, and that's the thing. If they do know he's going to find Ben and they're working for Ben, wouldn't they want to stop that, Well,
they are trying to talk him out of going.
But they don't seem to be trying to stop the expedition from going to presumably kill Ben, if that's what they're trying, if they know that,
Yeah, that's true. That's true. Yeah, that's the weird part. The whole thing goes forward with apparently no interference.
And Alana says she's not working for Ben, and I believe her. Just 'cause.
Oh. No, she didn't say she didn't work for him. She just said, why would anyone want to work for someone like that?
Which means no. Obviously. Can't you read between the lines?
No, you're right. I mean, it was a tacit no. But if she does, then she's lying.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of don't want to say that she works for Ben. It's just the other alternatives are bugging me.
Yeah.
So I just want to go to that. Yeah, that whole thing. That's the thing. He's been on the island for like 3 years now. I'm not sure he knows the answer to the riddle yet, and so it's not at all clear that knowing the answer to that riddle is really essential to being on the island.
Well, he's not ready until he knows. So.
Okay.
So even though he's on the island, he's still not ready to be there.
He's just not ready. Okay, so you can be there, but you just won't be ready.
Yeah, you won't be. That's the thing. Like they were trying to talk him out of going, but like it wasn't like you can't go if you don't know. It's just like you just won't be ready.
Right. Okay. So
it was weird. It was so weird where they were like, we can tell you all the answers you want to know. See, that's the thing. I feel like they have to be Dharma because they seem to know about the Chang. They said they can answer questions about his dad, questions about his power.
Yeah.
Like I feel like they're somehow Neo-Dharma.
Neo-Dharma.
Yeah.
Dharma 2.0.
Yes. Dharma for the 21st century.
Okay. Yeah. I've always wondered about Dharma. What happened to them? I mean, obviously there's some kind of real-world infrastructure. I mean, we have the lamppost. That's still around.
Yeah.
It's currently staffed by Hawking, who is a hostile, so that's a little weird. But
hey, if I can bring something old school back, we did get the food drop.
Oh God. Oh, the food drop.
Can I bring that one back?
Oh my God. When I watch the show again and I get to that food drop, it's just gonna be like, shut up, guys, stop talking, move on, because it ain't gonna matter.
Yeah.
What were they doing? Oh God.
And then when we get to the food drop again, and Charlie says, "Hey guys, maybe it got dropped when the lockdown happened," and we can just go, "Oh, Charlie, you're dead. Shut up."
Exactly. I forgot about that. That seemed like a whole thing. It
was a whole thing.
Yeah, they really do that. They just throw things at you. I wonder if they're going to answer that. I wonder if it'll actually... They can't do much, but I wonder if they're just going to have some throwaway thing where we see why the food drop happened. It's a really weird, random loose end.
Yeah.
Okay, so Neo-Dharma could explain the food drop. Yes, that would work. And yeah, they supposedly have all these answers. And I don't know what that's about.
Yeah, how can they have all these answers? It was just basically like, if you come with us, we won't pay you anything, but we'll give you all the answers you need,
Yeah. Right, exactly. They'll pay you in answers.
Mhm. And of course, another question is, why don't they want Miles to go?
Mhm.
Do they not want Ben to be found?
Right. Yeah.
And do they even know who Ben is?
It seems like they're working. It seems like they're against Widmore.
Yeah.
And so that immediately makes me assume they're with Ben, because so far, I don't think we really know anybody else who's anti-Widmore.
Mhm.
On this level.
Yeah. Here's the thing too, like, when Ben's around on Hydra Island, they see him and they don't like say, like, obviously if they're trying to, not tip us off that they do know this guy, they did that very well. But But I think it's weird that, Ben's sort of around, and it's like, okay, even if they're not working for Ben, do they know who Ben is? Do they know how dangerous he is? Like,
that's the thing. Like, I want to say that they know who Ben is.
I feel like they should. I mean, if you come to the island and you don't know who Ben is, you shouldn't be there.
Yeah, exactly.
There's you're not ready.
You're so not ready.
It's just not ready. What lies in the shadow of the statue? Benjamin Linus.
Yeah. Yeah, no, and Ilana definitely saw Ben get on the plane.
And she didn't flinch?
No, not really. Not really. So yeah, it's weird. I don't know, I kind of feel like this is a season 6 plot that's coming into play here.
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure we're really going to get all the answers to this before the season's over.
Well, it's weird because, this stuff with Bram is happening in the past, sort of. And, and then, Miles is, most of his island time is now being spent in the 70s.
Right.
So, presumably at some point they're going to get back to the 2000s and,
at some point he'll
have to deal with this again.
Meet Bram again.
Yeah.
That'll
Hello, Bram.
Oh, Bram. Hello.
Why do they use their real names? You think this is real names?
Bram?
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I guess.
Seems like the kind of stuff that they're doing, be ripe for using fake names.
Yeah, you're right. But I think it's real for some reason.
Yeah. Who would pick Bram as a fake name?
Exactly.
No offense to any Brams who are listening or any Brams you may know. I'm kidding. No, Bram's a fine name. If you're... Okay, I won't make the reference again.
It's short for Abraham.
Oh, that's right.
If you like that better.
Then it should be Braham.
Braham.
Why isn't it Braham?
Braham. Hey, Braham.
Braham.
Yeah, don't say that.
Braham. Daham, Braham. Let's not say that again either.
No, let's not.
So I'm just going to sum up our last 20 minutes of conversation in that neither of us know who Bram is working for.
Mm-hmm.
You think it's probably Ben?
Yeah.
But maybe not. And I think it's probably not Ben, but maybe it is.
Okay.
There.
We do seem to agree that it's not Widmore, though.
Yeah, I don't think Widmore makes sense.
So, that's something.
That is something.
It's more than we know about certain planes.
Certain planes that may or may not have been faked. Oh, wait. Yeah, it was faked.
Is there anything else here? Oh.
I can't wait till they explain that whole fake plane crash. And it's, you know what? I don't think it's even going to come together very well.
Oh, I don't either.
But I think they're going to try to explain it, and it's just going to be like, yeah, right, guys, whatever.
Yeah, no. I think it already doesn't work.
Yeah.
They don't even need to explain it. It's already failed.
Actually, guys, at this point, if you try to explain it, you'll make it worse.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah.
Just drop it.
Mm-hmm.
The story, it doesn't really matter much for the story anymore.
Oh, that's what you think. Because they're going to go back to that plane before it was at the bottom of the ocean.
Oh, no, don't do that.
And then guess who is in the back seat of the plane? What am I saying, back seat of the plane?
Back seat of the plane.
I think we're approaching that point of the podcast where my brain is getting a little bit dull.
Mushy, yeah.
Yeah.
That's all right. We're getting there.
So let's move on.
Okay.
I don't think there's really much else in this scene. So
I think we got it.
Next scene, we're back on the island. Hurley tells Miles the abridged history of the Swan Station. There's an accident that required them to create a button which prevents the world from ending. Hurley thinks it'd be awesome for Miles, that it should be awesome for Miles that he can spend time with his dad. Miles sets the record straight. He doesn't want to know his dad. His dad is dead, and he never cared about him because dad is dead.
And dad is dad.
And dad is dad, and dad is a douche. Dad is a douche. Is dead.
Dead douchey dad.
Is dead. Let's see. So then Miles turns the table and grabs Hurley's notebook. He finds that Hurley is writing Empire Strikes Back. He thinks Hurley thinks since Star Wars just came out, George Lucas will be looking for a sequel. He thinks he can make life easier and send him the script with some improvements.
Hey.
Miles thinks it's stupid, but at least Hurley isn't afraid to talk to his dad. So you take that. Hurley is just a 12-year-old boy, I swear. He's just a kid. So, do we have to talk about this scene?
I'm afraid we do. Just a little bit.
I just hate that thing so much about it. I hate the Star Wars thing so much about it. I hate. Well, number one, Hurley doesn't seem to get what's going on time travel wise. Number two, the idea that George Lucas made Star Wars and sort of didn't already know what the sequel might be, or would be actively looking for a sequel. He just wants hey guys, who has a script for a sequel to Star Wars?
He put it out on Craigslist.
Yeah, he put it. That to me just does not seem like the creative process for something like Star Wars.
Wanted Star Wars sequel. Please contact
G. Lucas at Oh wait, there's no internet yet.
Yeah, I know. It's a little.
At P.O. Box.
A little anachronistic, but yeah. Classified ad or something.
Yeah, exactly. In a newspaper, if you remember what that is.
G. Lucas at Hollywood.
Hollywood, CA. Yeah, it just his whole logic was just silly and ridiculous, and the idea. I mean, basically, it means that if Hurley manages to get him this script. Not only should George Lucas sort of be flabbergasted that someone sort of knew exactly the ideas he was going to try to do in the next movie, and is spot on, but that Lucas would actually sort of plagiarize this material and use it, and that's what we know as the real Star Wars, the real Empire Strikes Back, and it's all Hurley all along. It's just why are we wasting our time with this? I just don't get it. What's the point?
It would be really strange to have something created like that from a time loop. Yeah,
and that's the thing. It obviously is a paradox because how can Hurley watch the movie 200 times before he writes the movie? You know? So it doesn't sort of make any sense. Because he only gets to watch it because he wrote it after watching it.
That's the weird part. But it sort of was always, he had already written it the first time he saw it.
Yeah, he just hadn't written it yet, but he had already written it. Chronologically, he had already written it.
Yeah.
But in his timeline, he has it.
It can kind of work, but the weird thing about it is, It seems like it comes from nowhere. It seems
that's why it doesn't work. It never is created. It was always created.
Yeah, he only knew what to write because he saw it already.
Yeah.
And
which I think that disproves it right there.
Yeah, it seems like that can't be the origin. Yeah, okay,
no.
You're right.
Matter is neither created nor destroyed. Just came up with that, and I use that to illustrate the point that no matter what it is,
that is a twofer. It's a great phrase and a law of thermodynamics.
Nice! Wow, my genius goes into science also. Awesome.
It does, yeah. No.
I should probably tell some scientists that. Maybe they might want to know that.
Yeah, they probably would. They'd probably be very interested to know that.
They're all like, we can't destroy this matter. Well, we can't create this matter. Damn it. Maybe our problems are the same.
Look at the camera and shrug. I don't know why there's a camera. Oh no, is it just me? Ah, it is! Okay. Alright, we're going to do it old school. Let's check out the news. What's going on in the news? Let's see. World news. Yeah, that's bad. I don't know. I'm waiting for something to hit me here. I don't really like business news. It's kind of boring. Oh no, Madonna fell from a horse. That's terrible.
I'm back.
Oh, okay, good.
What's the topic today?
You didn't miss much. Madonna fell from a horse.
What? It's just like you made that up. Madonna fell from a horse. That's the most random thing I've ever heard. Why was Madge on a horse?
She was just riding a horse.
Oh, wow.
And apparently the paparazzi scared the horse and she fell. That's a real news story.
Madonna couldn't get another baby, so she got a horse instead and fell off.
The classic,
right.
Replace the baby with a horse syndrome.
Yes. I think that was an episode of I Love Lucy like that.
Yeah, no.
Lucy got a horse. Before Little Ricky.
Right.
Okay. That's the most random story. What a strange way to find out about that news.
It is, yeah. I would never have known if I hadn't had to go look at Google News just then.
Wow, Google News, bringing the top stories straight to your computer.
Yeah, if you only knew what I passed over to read that one as the lead story.
Nothing is funny, I'm sure.
No, definitely not. Or it's important.
Or it's important, I agree. Or it's equestrian.
Ooh, wow. Nice. 8 points. I like that.
8 points?
8 points for equestrian.
Wow.
Because I knew it, but it's an awesome word.
Wow.
To actually work in a conversation.
Thank you. Well, I don't get to use it much.
Me either.
And so I'll take the 8 points.
Yeah, you go. You got it. Bam.
Bam.
Points
I think that's my highest.
It's up there.
Yeah.
It's a good one. I don't give high scores like that very often.
I did use supercalifragilisticexpialidocious once, and you didn't give me enough points for that. But, never mind. What was I talking about before? Something about something with something.
Yes, all three.
Okay, good.
See, we were talking about Dharma. No, we're talking about Star Wars. And
how ridiculous Hurley's thing is.
This thing with Hurley, yeah. It didn't bother me as much as it seems to have bothered you. I agree it's not great. One thing that did bother me a little bit is Hurley's description of this scene later, but we'll get to that when we come to it. It's also worth noting that the George Lucas didn't actually write Empire Strikes Back. He just got story credit.
Oh yeah. I think I knew that at some point.
He didn't even he didn't direct the movie either. He was very hands off. He really just did the first one.
Oh, he didn't do all that crap?
No, he didn't do 2 or 3. Or 4 or 5, whatever the real numbers are. The original ones.
The original ones.
Yeah, he did do the new ones.
Yeah, that explains a lot.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah. Yeah, it explains a lot.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. He gets a lot of credit. He definitely created the world, but there were definitely other people involved with the more famous bits.
Yeah. I mean, story credit's a big deal, you know.
Oh yeah.
That's where the story is.
That's where the story is. There you go.
Can't have a script without a story.
Very true. Very true. So yeah, he did have something to do with it, of course.
Yeah. Anyway, yeah, it just was just sort of pointless to me. I mean, of all the things Hurley could be doing, he decides he's gonna write Empire Strikes Back, just to be helpful. Like, and I don't know. Do you buy that? He's just trying to be helpful, just to make things easier. Like, really, Hurley, to make things easier, you're gonna spend all this time in the '70s writing this thing from memory because you wanted to be easy on people. You know, it's like, how about let the people who wrote it and made the movie, have their own original ideas and creativity and justifications for their work, you know, like, I don't know. I think it's a little egocentric to want to step in and like, I was like, if I went back to, what was it, 17th century or, when was Da Vinci around? You know, it's like, I go back and let me do the Mona Lisa for you just to save you some time, you know.
Like, come on. You.
You know, like,
I am very tired.
Maestro, please, let me do this.
I do not want to paint today.
Yeah. My painting hand, she's tired. That's it. It's just weird to me. And then all in the guise of wanting to make things easy. So I didn't like that.
I could see myself in this circumstance, like wanting to write down something like that from the future, just because it seems kind of like a cool thing to do, like something in advance.
Mm-hmm.
I could see being amused by already knowing, all kinds of stuff that hasn't happened yet, and maybe like writing things down just for my own personal amusement. I could see myself doing that. I would definitely not think about trying to actually be the person to create those things.
Yeah.
I'd have to stop there. But I understand, like, being interested in that idea in general.
Well, you and Hurley should go have a beer.
Maybe we will.
Maybe you won't.
We really won't, though. Yeah. No. Not going to happen.
Right. Anything else with this scene?
No, that's pretty much. Oh, I'm not scared to talk to my dad. Oh, Hurley. All right.
Yeah.
No, that's it.
All right. Then let's find the next scene.
Okay.
Next scene. Sawyer comes back home, finding Juliet there, and Jack also.
Ooh.
Jack tells Sawyer that Roger is suspicious of Kate, but he says he doesn't think Roger will say anything for now. Jack then leaves. Sawyer kind of follows him out to the front porch. Phil comes up to him and says he knows who took Ben, that it was him, LaFleur / James Sawyer. James tells Phil that there's a reasonable explanation and to come inside, and then once inside, Sawyer asks if Phil has talked to Horace yet. Phil says no, and then is knocked out by Sawyer's right hook, a.k.a. the con man special. Sawyer then tells Juliet to get some rope because he's got paste pecani sauce. Oh, wait, he doesn't have paste pecani sauce. He's got the stuff from New York City. Get a rope.
We're going to hang that pecani sauce.
I know, right?
It's going to regret the day it was bottled.
So, all right, we got that scene. So, this is picking up from where I left off before with the tape from camera 4. Phil found it.
Yeah, it's a problem now. Phil found it. Phil knows, and so Sawyer ends up just knocking him out, and I guess he's just going to tie him up and put him in a closet or something.
Yeah.
There doesn't seem to be much else to do with him. So that's not going to work out so well to have him just not being around.
Yeah.
At a certain point, that'll be noticeable.
I was just thinking, maybe they could, maybe Jack could like fill in for Phil. They could just like, I don't know, get some, I don't know, big rectangular pieces of paper and put it on Jack's eyebrows and give him some big eyebrows. And
oh, I gotta see that.
And they'll be like,
hey guys,
come in and be like, hey Phil, what's up? They won't notice.
Give him some eyebrows. That's it. Oh man.
That's all it takes.
Oh, that'd be great. And he just pulls it off. It's inexplicable. It's like Chicken Boo.
Mm-hmm.
All
Chicken
he has to
Boo.
do is just change his eyebrows, and he just passes as a completely different person.
Yep.
No one recognizes him as Jack anymore.
That's all it takes.
They're just like, oh, hey,
eyebrows.
Phil. There's Phil. Nobody
There's
knows.
Phil. There's Phil with those eyebrows.
So, yeah, this is, I thought something like this would happen eventually, so that's good. It's nice that Phil actually did figure something out. He wasn't the complete dimwit that he seemed to be for a while.
Yeah.
He seemed to want to tell us that he was.
Mhm.
So that's nice. He hasn't been that big of a deal for a while, but yeah, I like that. Yeah, and then Jack comes over to tell Sawyer, so that's good. I don't know. I got nothing, clearly.
Yeah, I mean, there's not much here. Like I said, this was the scene where I thought Sawyer was going to ask for Jack's help. But I think we'll get that later, because I do think Jack's going to need to help out pretty soon.
Yeah. Yeah, they're going to need some help.
Yeah. So that's it for this thing. Yeah, I mean, I guess they're just going to try to keep Phil, keep him quiet for as long as they can.
Yeah.
I think, we're definitely gearing up in terms of escalation of drama. So, I think things are going to come to a head in a couple episodes, which will coincidentally be the finale.
Wow, it's weird how that always happens.
It's just random chance.
Yeah.
Random chance of I mean, no one plans these things out. It's impossible.
No. The season could end at any time.
Any moment in the middle of any sentence, that just might be the end. Do you know what lies in the shadow of a loss?
All right, we'll be back next year.
We'll be back next week, guys, with the end of this sentence.
Lost. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. It's definitely going to be a thing. How much do you think they're actually going to find out?
How much do I think what?
Do you think any of them are going to find out that they're from the future?
Oh, it's funny when you say that. From the future. No, I don't think they're going to find out they're from the future. I don't think most people will find that out. I think that's too crazy.
Okay.
How are they going to prove it? By saying, you guys will die soon. Like, I don't know. I think it'll be more likely that they're proven to be sort of imposters. And then, Son and Ben will come rescue them just in time.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I forgot about Ben and Son.
Don't forget about that awesome duo.
Mhm. Yeah, they're getting things done.
One or across the forehead at a time.
That's right. But do you think they'll tell anybody? I mean, they won't necessarily be believed, but do you think they'll tell anybody?
Sure, why not?
Okay.
I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe, yeah. It'd be interesting to see how they try to explain what's going on to Phil. It'd be interesting to see that.
Yeah. Yeah, I kind of wanted Sawyer to come up with some kind of... I wanted to see what he was going to say before he ended up just punching him.
I mean, I think what I could imagine him saying if he does come up with something is just, we have to sort of secretly take him to, to the hostiles because they have a doctor that can help and we cleared this with Horace, but you can't tell him. And, this is all really bad and no one can know. That's why we didn't say anything to anyone and blah, blah, blah. We don't want to break the truce, but, we got to save the boy and I promise he'll be back and, stuff like that.
Yeah.
But the fact that he knocked them out straight away, when he wakes up, he's not going to be happy.
No.
And I did like the fact that the punch came right after, I figured I'd give you, benefit of the doubt after 3 years of boom, punch in the face.
Yeah, there's your benefit of the doubt.
Yeah, there's your friendship. Those are years of oral service. Right in your face.
You give me the benefit of the doubt, I give you a punch in the face. See how that works?
Yeah, that works, yeah.
We both win.
Five will get you nothing but a punch in the face.
That's right. Oh, Phil.
Yeah, and it's funny because it seems like the tape should have shown Kate on there, too.
Oh, yeah.
But Phil was just like, you took him.
You did it.
You did it. Part of me feels like, well, I guess it's just not true, but part of me was thinking Phil didn't really find the tape and he had some other thing and it'll, that kind of thing where it seems like the jig is up, but it's just a misunderstanding and then they realize it. But it looks like the jig is really up.
He was holding the tape.
Yeah, he had the tape. That's what I said. It didn't look like that's what happened because he definitely had the tape. But did he look at it?
That would be pretty funny if he just saw tape and assumed
Here's
that's what
tape.
was on it.
Yeah.
And he was right, but he isn't justified in thinking that.
Mm-hmm. You took him to the infirmary, but I don't know who stole him from there. How about that? Does that work, anybody?
That's all it was. They didn't need to do all that.
Yeah.
Wow, Phil. You should have been a little clearer.
Right? It's really Phil's fault.
It really is. I blame Phil.
Phil is to blame.
Mm-hmm.
Next scene?
Yes.
I think we're almost done.
Oh, we're getting there, yeah.
I just heard someone in the audience say hallelujah. Don't ask me how.
Okay.
Let's
Weird.
see. So the next scene, Miles comes to visit the formerly grieving dad and returns the money, confesses that he lied. Mr. Gray asks why Miles is telling him all this, coming clean. Miles says it wouldn't be fair to his son, and that if he needed his son to know that he loved him, he should have told him when he was alive.
Or go back in time and tell him.
Or go back in time and tell him, right? Which would be when he was alive. But still the same thing.
Yeah.
Next scene, there's nothing here, right? I mean, Miles is a good guy.
Miles.
Underneath it all. Is that what we're supposed to learn?
He did a good thing one time. That's all I can say.
It seems like, I kind of feel like, this whole idea of being judged on the island, it might bode well for him in the long run that he made amends for some of that stuff, or at least this incident.
Right.
So that when he's in the smoky cloud, that
no.
Because everybody's waiting to see that again.
Yeah.
I didn't really mind that whole effect, but a lot of people didn't like that.
Yeah,
a lot of people
thought it was
didn't
kind
like
of
that.
cheesy looking.
I didn't. It is cheesy looking. I mean, what do you? I don't know. I really was just like, this is what it's like inside a smoky. Whatever.
No, I mean, I'm with you that it didn't bother me as much as it seems to have bothered everyone else. I did think it was bad, but I just went with it.
Yeah, I was just like, okay.
To me, it just didn't look good. I mean, I feel like there's a way to do that and have it look better than that.
Sure.
That's what I want to say.
Yeah, I mean, we want to believe that's true, but I want to believe that they have access to some pretty good CG artists, and if that's the best they could do, I don't know. Maybe, Yeah.
Yeah.
I probably could have looked better in some other way, but
Yeah.
But for what they're going for with it, the whole being surrounded by Smokey thing, And can I say, I also thought it was weird that he held on to his thing the whole time, to the torch the whole time.
Oh. I was wondering what you meant.
Well, he was scared. Yeah, I thought that was weird that he had that the whole time.
Yeah,
but
I noticed that the torches appeared at a certain point, and I was like, man, those torches, they just show up when you need them.
They do. Locke had a whole when they went over there. Locke had the torches.
Yeah, you saw them.
Apparently, it's something you can just make or get from the set room.
Yeah,
get from the prop table.
Pretty much. Yeah. Yeah, no, I didn't really notice that he held on to it, but yeah, now that I think about it, I remember. Yeah, that makes me want to say.
Sorry, just imagine Ben trying to when the memories are flashing around him. I would just picture him trying to poke at them with his torch. I don't like that one. That one makes me sad. Smokey's like, stop that.
Scram you.
He doesn't like something he sees, so he tries to wipe it out with that thing. Oh, man, that would have been funny. I have to say, the thing about Lost, they don't go for the comedy when it's inappropriate.
No, they really don't.
They really don't.
Yeah, they stick to the drama when it's drama. So, yeah, I just wanted to say, just as a little whatever thing. Wow.
Mm-hmm.
Way to articulate. Can we maybe just say how many more Smokey judgments will be on the show?
More Smokey judgments.
How many more of those do you think will? Because you brought up, Miles being judged. Like, how many of those do you think we'll actually see?
How many more smudgements will we see? Yeah, I just said smudgements.
Oh, I know you did.
Yeah.
And it wounded me fatally.
But no, you're dead now.
Smudgements. I'm dead now. Wow. Yeah, I think I want to say greater than or equal to 1. I feel like we'll definitely see 1 more.
Okay.
But
maybe they all need to be judged.
Yeah, I guess they could have a mass judgment.
Okay, let's just all stand as closely together as possible so Smokey can encompass us all at once and just get this all over with.
And it's just a big cacophony of things in the cloud from all of them.
Can Smokey multitask like that? Can he judge multiple people at once?
I don't know. I mean, I want to think he can.
Even Smoke has his limits. I just made that up.
Okay. I actually believe you this time.
You haven't heard that one around?
No.
I wonder why.
No. I don't know.
Guess it doesn't mean anything. That's why.
I am in the Midwest, so we might just not say that one out here.
Well, you should try it. Just say it and see if people respond.
Okay. All right,
somebody like you see a car accident and it's a fender bender and you walk by and you go, hey, even Smoke has his limits.
Wow, that'll be a good way to
go to the grocery store. They give you a bit extra change and you go, hey, even Smoke has his limits. It's the kind of thing where you can say anytime you want.
Okay, I was going to say,
there's
really no specific situation where it applies. You just throw it in.
It's the kind of thing that applies to everything at once, all the time.
Nice. That's good. I like that.
Mm-hmm.
I'll try to use it then. Maybe it'll catch on.
Even Smoke has limits.
There you go. Good point.
Thanks.
Wow.
So anything else with this smile scene?
My upper bound would have to be 3. I don't think we'll see more than 3.
I don't know. I don't.
The conference is scheduled to be broken down automatically.
5
minutes. To extend the time by 60 minutes, press star 8.
I already did. I'm not going to do it again.
No? You don't want to get 2 hours?
No, I don't.
All right.
I don't know how many times more judgments we'll see. I think it could be any number greater than 0, and less than 1 million.
Okay.
So, because it really just depends on it doesn't seem like a plot thing so much as a character thing. So they could choose to sort of do it with whomever they want.
Oh yeah.
So yeah, it's up in the air. I don't know.
Okay. Yeah, I mean, I'm taking a wild guess. That's sort of the idea. So, okay, I should probably, if I'm going to take a wild guess, I should name a number. So
yeah,
I'm going to say 2.
2? Well, who do you think?
I'll split
Who's
the
your
difference.
2?
Oh, don't make me name the 2.
Well, I feel like if you're naming numbers, then you should name names.
I didn't want to have to think about that. Well, if Ben already did it, then
he doesn't
else?
count. So you just threw out a number. You weren't thinking like which people might be judged.
Not at all. I was
two.
just thinking in general.
Feel like there's 2 left.
Yeah, I could see them squeezing in 2. Like, I definitely think we'll see Smokey again. That's, I'm convinced of that. And I feel like they have to explain that more, so I feel like we'll see at least 1 more. But I want to say more than that a little bit. So there's 2. Look at that. That's my
2.
explanation.
Okay.
Yeah, who could it be? Oh, God, I don't know. Widmore?
Oh, no. Widmore? Okay.
Yeah, he's sort of the other big person, and Jack? I don't know. Locke?
How about Kate?
Kate? Sure.
Just say every character with a question behind it.
Okay. Hurley? Saeed?
Keep going.
Frank? Miles? Dan?
You got a lot of characters to name.
Yeah, I know. We're going to be here a while. Et cetera.
Et cetera.
I'm sure you can guess where it goes from here.
Et al.
Yeah.
Latin comes in so usefully so many times. I wish we used it more.
Latin is very useful.
Yeah. Ipso facto.
Mhm.
So you ready for the next scene?
Yes.
Okay, then I'm going to read it.
All right, then.
Back on the island.
What's happening on that island?
They taking the van back to the motor pool. Hurley then tells Miles he used to hate his dad, but he gave him a second chance.
2 chances.
2 chances, better than 1. Just made that up.
I'm glad even in the accent you're still making phrases up.
Is that even a phrase? 2 chances of 1.
To another accent, but you can't. Anyway.
Yeah, I got it. So, all right, we're losing it here. Let's pull it back together.
Okay, all right. Focus, people, focus.
Second wind. All right, so...
Stop saying hallelujah. It's creepy. I don't like it.
Miles says he doesn't want to give his dad another chance. Hurley makes a long analogy to Star Wars and Miles' situation. Miles walks by Chang's house to see Chang bonding with little baby Miles.
Aww.
Chang gets a phone call and has to leave. He finds Miles outside and tells him he needs him. You do? Is what Miles responds as he's crying. Chang tells him the sub is in with scientists from Ann Arbor. He tells them to go get the van, and then we cut to the docks where the sub is there, people getting off. And one of the passengers is none other than Dan. Dan the man.
It's Dan, the clever fellow.
I think Dan came back just in time. You know what I mean? I was missing Dan.
Oh, yeah.
I'm glad he's back now.
Me too, absolutely. Yeah, it was a good ending. That was another thing I liked about the episode.
Mhm.
They actually gave us something at the end.
Yeah.
Like some of the endings lately, it's been just weird. Like in the last one where Ben's just like, "It let me live."
Lost.
Yeah, I just don't think that's much of an ending.
No, it's not. That's
you
why.
know, this actually gives us something.
Well, you mean something that basically makes you want to watch the next episode.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. That's what the last one didn't. And a lot of the endings seem like they haven't had that as much.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Yeah, exactly. Like, I want to know what this is all about. But before we get to that, let's talk about the Star Wars thing for a minute or two.
All
right. So Hurley gives a specific description of the Star Wars scene where he makes the analogy to Miles and basically says that in Empire Strikes Back, Luke should have talked it out with Darth Vader, or he wouldn't have lost his hand, and then the sequel wouldn't, you know, the stuff that happened after that, and then the sequel wouldn't have happened, and so we wouldn't have had Ewoks. But I rewatched that little bit, and he actually loses his hand first. His hand gets cut off first, and then he finds out that Darth Vader is his dad. So it's too late to not lose his hand by the time he finds out that Darth Vader is his dad. Spoiler alert.
So I guess you're saying that Hurley isn't the one who should be writing the Empire Strikes Back.
Yeah, I'm basically saying if you watched it 200 times, why don't you remember the most famous scene in the entire series that is talked about constantly?
Yeah.
If anyone knows a scene from Star Wars, it's that scene, and he gets the details wrong. It's ridiculous.
Yeah. I agree.
You know, it goes with his point more, but that's just not what happened. You know, and I guess there is a place. I mean, Darth Vader says, you know, let's come with me and we'll rule the galaxy. And I guess Hurley wants to say he should have gone along with him. But I mean, I feel like it's muddled. I really don't think.
Yeah. It's a little unrealistic. I mean, Luke was sort of, trained to, you know, obviously to be a Jedi and, you know, to defeat the Sith, which Vader is Lord of, and, you know, like, he's the exact opposite, you know, of what Luke is all about. And so to be like, oh, you want me to come with you? Okay, sure.
Yeah.
Like, no, that's not the point of what's going on. Like, Vader's doing bad stuff, you know.
Right.
Like, and that's the thing, even if they did talk about it, even if Hurley was right that he says, Luke, I am your father, not that he says that, right?
He doesn't say that, but yeah.
But if he said, Luke, I am your father, and then he's like, oh, no, I'm overreacting, and then he gets his hand cut off, like, okay, and then what? Then you know, or I'm sorry, he says, I am your father, and he doesn't overreact. He just talks to him about it.
Right.
But what consensus are they going to come to, you know? Like,
yeah.
I'm a bad guy, and I want to continue to do bad stuff. You want to come with me? No, I'm a good guy. Okay, let's fight then.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
That would have been my version of the script, by the way.
Okay, that's good. I like that. Yeah, it's a strange analogy, and the details are wrong. So, double foul.
Yeah,
exactly. Yeah, it just doesn't really work. But yeah, I can't. Those things where people remember it wrong always get me, and yeah, it's actually he does say Luke at a certain point in the dialogue. And then he says, you know, did Obi-Wan ever tell you what happened to your father? And Luke says, he told me you killed him. And he says, no, I am your father. That's
Luke, I am your father. That's what I heard you say.
Oh, okay. I think that's what America heard me say.
Yeah. That's how we want to remember it, so you stay out of it.
Yeah. I mean, there's a context to it, and if you just say, Luke, I am your father, it sort of erases the context and just gets the point across. Like, I get why that would spread instead of, no, I am your father, because then you have to explain what no means.
Yeah.
You know, because there's something associated with that. It just distills the whole thing. Anyway, that's enough. As everybody knows from last time, I'm not exactly a Star Wars fan, so I don't feel the need to harp on it very much, but I just had
to. But just enough to bore us.
That's right. I just wanted to bring you to the verge of boredom.
You're a boredom tease, then.
I am.
How dare you, sir? Well, to bring the audience to full boredom, I would want to mention or ask. He did,
full
you know,
boredom.
He says approaching full boredom. T-5 till full boredom. So he says he's given this Star Wars thing, and then he says they worked it out eventually, but at what cost? Did they really work it out? Well, I don't remember the movie that well, but how did they work it out?
At the end of Return of the Jedi, why am I the expert? At the end of Return of the Jedi, Darth Vader ends up killing the Emperor and saving Luke, and they have a reconciliation. He takes off his mask, and him and Luke talk, and so
spoiler alert.
Oh, sorry, did I just give away the end of the entire series? I guess I did.
No, you gave away the middle of the entire series. Thank you very much.
Oh, it's the end. He's not going to do those sequels.
Well,
that's the end.
Well,
that's the end.
Well, it's the end of the movies that they've made. Yes. Okay.
Yes. Anyway, yeah, that's so they do work it out in a sense in the end.
I see.
Yeah, and then he sees his dad, and as a vision at the end. I'm just telling you everything.
Yeah. Wow.
What else
thanks.
do you want to know? Ask me. I know everything about Star Wars apparently.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
What's the name of the ship that Han Solo flies in?
Hold on. I want to say the Grand Falcon, but that's not right.
No.
Isn't it Falcon? The something Falcon?
You are the Star Wars expert here. You said you'd ask you anything about Star Wars, ask you one of the most obvious trivia questions, and you don't seem to get it. So, I think
is
that's
it not something
point.
Falcon?
Oh, it's something Falcon.
Well, then
You're what?
I get partial credit.
This is not fill in the blank. This is multiple choice.
Well, if it was multiple choice, then I would pick the choice that said something. Do they all say something different, Falcon?
They all said something Falcon.
Okay, well.
And neither of them was the right answer.
Oh,
you should have picked D.
Millennium Falcon.
You should have picked D, none of the above. Yeah, Millennium Falcon. I think I asked you that because I think that has come up before and you didn't remember.
Yeah, I forgot again, but I had to remember.
I thought that would be a great one to ask, and it was.
Yeah. I kind of knew it. I forgot the first part.
Yeah, you forgot the most important part.
Let's remember that. All right. All right, so that's probably more Star Wars Lowdown than we should ever do again.
I think we've done enough Star Wars Lowdown for the rest of our podcasting days.
Yeah.
Until our Star Wars podcast.
Right.
Starcast. I'm hoping we can call it that.
Yeah, I think we should.
So you ready for the last scene? Oh, that was the last scene. Oh, we're done. Oh, okay.
Oh, that was the last scene. Whoops, we're done.
So now we got to talk about Miles being back.
Miles, as in Dan. We're back to that.
We're back to that now.
Dan's back. We're calling him Miles.
There's a clear-cut sign that Dan is back when I refer to Dan as Miles.
We've been talking about Miles this whole time, and he's still Miles.
He's still Miles.
Yeah. So Dan's back. He's on his sub. He's referred to as a scientist from Ann Arbor.
Mm-hmm.
So what the fuck?
So I'm assuming. What am I assuming here?
All right. Here's my. You ready for my theory?
Yeah. Go ahead.
Okay. I think that So we saw him at the beginning of the season in the orchid, right? He was working in there, and we saw them take that image. They had, they found the donkey wheel. He already knows about it. So I'm assuming that somehow he went in there and turned the donkey wheel, I guess, and then ended up back in the real world, and then I don't know what, somehow ended up in Ann Arbor as a scientist.
There are leaps in your
and went back to the islands. I don't know why.
How did he know to go to Ann Arbor?
That's my theory. How did he know to go to Ann Arbor? Well,
because it has a good school there.
Maybe. Yeah, that's a good question. I'm assuming that he tried to locate them, and he somehow found out.
And then he goes and infiltrates himself as a scientist.
I mean, at a certain point, I think Horace brings up Ann Arbor, or no, Radzinski brings up Ann Arbor in that meeting.
Yeah.
Which contains people such as LaFleur. And so at a certain point, they know about Ann Arbor, and I don't know when Dan left, but he could have found out before he left. Yeah,
totally.
But I don't know why he left. My theory's crap. As usual, it's just really vague.
Should I step in here?
I'm assuming please.
Here's some stuff I'm thinking. I don't have a really concrete thing, but Occam's razor, right?
Okay, Occam it.
I'm thinking, we saw Dan over by where they were building the Orchid. I'm thinking maybe something happened like he made some comment or did something around Chang to denote that he's got some sort of knowledge, some sort of scientific prowess. Chang sort of saw that, thought that was interesting. Somehow, basically, Dan, presents himself as a scientist. Maybe, he was the scientist for LaFleur's ship or something, he says, or, whatever they can come sort of, lie that they can make up to make it fit with their story. I think maybe he said something like that, and then, maybe he gets involved in what's going on at the Orchid. He presents some ideas because he knows what, some of this stuff, and that lets him sort of get into this sort of inner circle with the scientists, and there's some reason, which I'm not sure why, that he needs to leave and go to Ann Arbor, and which he does, and then he goes and does stuff there, and this is why he's coming back now for whatever he went there to do.
Okay.
So I'm thinking it's more if he infiltrated them while on the island instead of somehow getting, because if he turns the donkey wheel, he's in the middle, he's in Tunisia, right. That's just precarious for anyone, and I don't see him really getting out of that situation very easily. So I don't think he turned the wheel. I think he left on the sub originally, and I think I think somehow he made it known that he was a scientist, and they decided to use him.
Okay, yeah, I think you're right.
You sure don't want to stick to your theory?
No, I'm just going to abandon it right there.
Oh.
I had no reason why he would go just turn the wheel out of nowhere.
Well, because he had to leave, right?
Yeah. I do
got to get off this island.
They got to do something with that Charlotte story. Maybe I wanted to tie that in somehow, but it does seem plausible that he would just join in straight away. Juliet's been able to, set up her own little practice there, and it hasn't been a big deal. So I could see him, coming up with some explanation if he even needs to.
Right.
Joining in. He has obvious reasons to want to. So, so I think you're probably right. So, assuming you're right, any guesses about what he's been doing?
I kind of feel like that that the scientists are coming now because something to do with the Swan Hatch / the Orchid. I think either these are the scientists who are going to come and sort of continue the work on these two stations, or they have been working on something and now they're coming back to share whatever research they learned, and however maybe they ran into some problem and these scientists figured it out. Now they're going to sort of tell them how to fix it or whatever, maybe how to enclose whatever energy is over the Orchid or something, or stuff like that. I don't have anything tangible here. I think it's going to be really plot specific, you know.
Okay.
But I do think there's a reason, so there's that.
Okay. Yeah, I agree. I think there probably is a reason. Yeah, okay, that works. Good old Occam. Always helpful. Occam, the razor. Occam.
Oh,
razor.
Occam.
Yeah.
I thought you said Lockham. Like, what?
What? No.
That's not a thing.
No, it's not a thing. Luckily. For all of us.
Lockham's laser.
Right. None of that. We'll have none of that.
No, please, no.
All right. So, boom.
So, yeah, I mean, you know, there's not much to really go on with what's up with Dan, but I'm glad he's back. I definitely like Dan's character, so. He seems, the 3 seconds we saw him, he seemed, not depressed over that Charlotte thing anymore, so.
Oh, you're right, yeah.
I guess it's been 3 years?
Yeah. Yeah.
Time heals all wounds.
That's right. He probably doesn't even remember what she looks like.
I did not make that one up.
You didn't?
My
Where'd you
mom
get it
did.
from?
My mom. She made that up.
Okay.
Yep. That's where I get my phraseability from.
Okay.
My phraseological skills.
Right. Your phraseicitude.
It's funny when you make words up.
Yeah.
So, anything else in terms of the podcast?
No, that's pretty much it.
All right. Well, guys.
There's no episode next week.
So just listen to this podcast again.
Yeah. Just do a repeat. It'll be good the second time. I've heard that.
Do you know if they're actually going to show? Are they showing an old episode of Lost next week?
They're showing some kind of special. I think it's just going to be clips.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, one of those things.
They
might narrate it.
Like if you haven't been watching Lost this season, this is what you've missed.
Yeah.
Yeah, pre-finale kind of thing.
More or less, yeah.
Yeah, pre-finale.
Yeah, because there's only 2 more episodes, and then so it's. I mean, we're really hitting the end here.
Yeah.
And I don't know. Can we talk about the title
of the next one?
For the next one?
In our spoiler alert section, we
or
can.
Or should we not? We don't have to. I was going to say 2 words about it.
Well, then let's save it. You have 2 words? Let's tease everyone with
all
those
right,
2 words.
Right. Well, so if you go find that title, then try to figure out what I was going to say about it.
Nice.
That'll be something for you to do at home. A little assignment for the
And
break.
then come back when we have our next podcast and see if you were right.
There you go.
And bring your friends.
Please.
Everyone's welcome at the Lost Lowdown.
That's right. All welcome. Go into the light.
Try the milk and cookies. Go into the light. Yikes. Don't go into the light. Or should you go into the light? I don't know.
I think
I
so.
don't know. You should go into the light?
Why not?
Not on Poltergeist.
Oh, was that bad?
That was bad.
Oh, don't go into the light.
Don't go into the light.
I thought it was go into the light.
No.
It's
it was
been a
always
while.
weird to me because the daughter was in the light, but don't go into the light.
That
That's
woman
bad.
is crazy.
That little woman's always crazy. Everything she's ever been in, she shows up, and she scares me.
Yeah, she's pretty scary.
Mm-hmm.
Poltergeist 3 really scared me.
Oh, is that where they went back to the Old West?
Yeah, that was it. How'd you know?
I have to tell you, I can barely say that with a straight face.
I can't imagine why. That's what the movie was. Poltergeist from the Old West. Why not?
Oh, man. Jesse James thought he was a badass. Let's wait till the Poltergeist come around.
Wow.
Can't shoot a Poltergeist, James. Can't shoot a Poltergeist.
He finally met his match.
Oh, man.
Wow. That's what it should have been.
Right?
Yeah.
That would have been less scary.
It would have been a lot less scary.
All right, guys. Well, as usual, thanks for listening. We will catch you the week after next with the next podcast, along with the next new Lost episode. So until then, be sad and cry, I guess. That's what we're going to do until Lost comes back.
Yeah. Spend your time off on something, I don't know, productive.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I suggest. Read a novel.
Hey, if you guys out there have any ideas on how to fix the economy, that might be helpful to work on.
Oh, you could do that too.
Yeah, just send your ideas to somebody at government.gov.
I like government.gov. Perfectly redundant.
Mm-hmm. Just like that.
Yep.
Because twice is better than once.
That's right.
But 3 times is thrice as nice. I just made that up.
That's right. Yeah, that's a good one.
Could you tell?
I couldn't tell. You incorporate it so smoothly. I never know.
Mm-hmm. It's hard. It's hard to tell.
Yeah, it's really hard to tell.
All right. TLLD.net, thelostlowdown.com. You guys know the places to be. If you want to be cool, that is.
Yeah, and you do.
And you do, of course. Who doesn't want to be cool? So, yeah, thanks and namaste.
Namaste and good luck.